How's everybody doing? Good evening. Get situated here. I made it. All right. Look who's pretty much on time. Look at me. Look at me go. Look at me go on time. Pretty much. I'm not sure what this one is about. It's not either or. I don't know what that means. Sorry if you want to clarify. Looks like it was sent pretty early on before I started. Shabbat shalom, anyone home? That also rhymes. I like that. Hello, Mark. It's the colorful ninja. Professor Hizzle, welcome back. Nice to see everybody. All right, so this one, we'll take a little break from the Kirk stuff, I guess, and see what's going on with the whole evolution debates going on since, I don't know, there were like 2 in a row happening on Modern Day Debate, and yeah, no, not yet. But there were 2 evolution debates in a row, like one yesterday and one today too. And yesterday, it was interesting because usually, what's his name? Hovind, is that how you say his last name? Kent, the guy that's the dinosaurs were like on the thing too. He's got like a dinosaur thing going on. I'm not sure exactly what that's about, but so that guy, he seems to have won a debate. I've never seen him win a debate, but it seems like he did. It was crazy. I want to kind of quickly-ish go over what happened with that other one, but let me do the links and stuff first, and then I'll pull it up. And I don't really have timestamps for that one since the whole thing was, but we'll sort of click through it, and if you're in places, and you'll see what I mean. The guy that was the opposition for Kent Hovind, he basically kept saying right after every phrase. Like, he would talk, I don't even know if I could try doing it. I'm worried if I start doing it, I'll get stuck doing it, because sometimes that happens when I do something, like a weird speech thing. I'll start doing something to make fun of it, and then it just becomes a thing, and I'll start doing it myself, so I'm afraid to start, but, just, okay. So, the title, you know how it has a comma right and everything? It's to make fun of that. It was... yeah, the whole time the other dude spoke, the like, pro-evolution side, and I want to be, I guess, to kind of let people know where I stand for people who aren't sure or haven't seen like my previous stuff on this. I am pretty much like undecided on the evolution thing. I think a lot of people that are anti-evolution are really kooky and weird, and not in a good way. I mean, a lot of people are weird in a good way, but they're like not in a good way weird. And a lot of people that are really heavily pro evolution are also very like, I don't know, for a lot of people just treat it as basically like, oh, it's decided, all done, nothing to talk about here, and sort of treat everybody that isn't sure about it as like a crazy person. Like, if you don't believe in evolution 100%, you're insane or something. And that sort of attitude is sort of icky to me, I guess. And basically, where I'm at in general is I do lean towards it. It seems to make sense pretty much, but there are issues with it. It's not a perfect theory. There are problems, and I think problems are worth discussing, but also I'm not very like, oh no, there's no way, it's so stupid. Like, it mostly makes sense to me. I understand the general idea of how it's supposed to work, and it like, overall, the general idea makes sense. But of course, people are very excuse me, usually very gung-ho one way or another about it. And then we get these wonderful debates. While I blab, let me... Sorry, I'm losing my voice a little bit. Let me do the link situation, and hopefully I don't lose my voice too badly, because this was so funny. So yesterday there was some guy that was doing and I was gonna first react to that one, but then I started watching and I was like, there's no way I can sit through and focus on, like, I had it on in the background, and I did end up listening to the whole thing while I was doing other things yesterday. I was like baking in the kitchen, if you care about the details of what I was doing exactly, but that's what I was doing. I was baking in the kitchen where women belong, obviously, and I was listening to this in the background, and like, there's just no way. And I did it at 1.5 speed, which was, I think, pretty good speed for it. And sorry, I'm like still losing my voice. It's a little weird, but basically, he just kept saying right after every phrase. The guy that was anti Kent Hovind, or anti, like, creationism, I guess, because, and the whole debate was weird too, because it seemed like Kent was trying to get more of like, oh, this is a debate about evolution and stuff, and he was trying to bring focus back to that, and he did have some interesting points, although for the most part I find him super cringe, and obviously don't agree with him on basically anything, but he did bring up some interesting points on occasion, and the other guy's response for the most part was, but scientists exist and they like study this stuff all the time. And it's like, there's so many of them. So what do you have against people who like study stuff? It's like, sorry, what? That's your big argument, is people study this stuff and they disagree. And it seemed like his whole shtick was like, well, there's so many people that are consensus, blah, 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 blah. And I find that so lame, because there's also so many people that have this consensus of the opposite thing. Like, just because there's a bunch of people that believe a certain thing, that doesn't make it true. Just because a bunch of people get PhDs and believe a certain thing doesn't make it true. And it was so stupid, and it, I was so frustrated, because I think that I've reacted to previous debates with people, I guess, including against Kent Hovind as well, that were on the pro-evolution side, and I think all of them made a lot better points. Of course, not everybody. On occasion, there were some that didn't make good points, and Kent himself had plenty of awful, awful arguments. Like, I'm not trying to paint a picture where he's like so super duper smart and perfect and whatever. That's not the case. But yesterday's debate was just so... it's just terrible. Okay, let me do the links and stuff, because I keep talking about doing the links and I haven't done the links yet. So I'm gonna do that. But what I planned on doing is basically pulling up yesterday's debate for just a few minutes and sort of clicking around a few random places just to show you what I mean about the whole like right thing. And I don't know if I can try doing it. I'd have to have something to discuss in that sort of manner, but he just kept going like, right, 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 right. And even after Kent brought it up, he was like, well, just because you keep saying right every other word doesn't mean that I agree with you. And you would think that would trigger somebody to sort of catch themselves, because sometimes people say things, and I do this too. Sometimes people say stuff and they're not really thinking about the little extra add-ons, like the ums and the likes, and I do that too. Everybody does it. Okay, not everybody, but most people. And usually when somebody points it out, people catch themselves and they'll at least try to stop doing it. But I don't know if he was completely oblivious or what, but he sort of went right past it and just kept going with the whole right. It was, I'll show you what I mean, so it's clear, but it's, oh man, it was tough to listen to. And if I wasn't distracted doing other stuff while I was listening to it, I don't think I could do it. I don't think I could sit through the whole thing, because it was every other word. Every other word was right, And everything was also phrased as a question with this right at the end. So it's like he wasn't sure what he was saying the whole time. And again, I talk like that too sometimes. Sometimes I say things and I'm like, like it's a question at the end. And it's not a great way to talk, but I do also do that sometimes. But the whole debate, the whole time, literally the whole time, there was not a single time where I remember him saying a sentence that was just a straightforward sentence with a period at the end. Every sentence that I remember him saying ended with right. Oh man, it was tough. It was so tough. And especially towards the end, you would think after you sort of get into the debate, get into the conversation, because it started off kind of weird. They were going on about carbon, and then he basically admitted he was the one that brought up the carbon-14 thing, that the pro-evolution guy, and he basically ended up admitting, like when Kent brought up the opposing sort of arguments, he admitted basically in the debate that yes, you have to already know what the whatever number was for carbon at the time that you're dating and before you can date for that time. So it's basically like a circular situation that he admitted. So I don't remember the exact words. I think if I happen to find the clip later, I'll pull it up if somebody's curious. But basically, he admitted to something that was his own point, but it got like dismantled in a way, whether it was right or wrong that happened. He basically admitted that his point was stupid and it doesn't make sense. And that was a rough start, but I was like, okay, when they get into it, maybe they'll talk more evolution related things, but they basically kept going in this whole like, oh, things can be old or things can not be old and we don't really know. And the other guy was like, well, yeah, we really know. And Kent was like, no, we don't know. It could be new and it could be here for like 2,000 years or whatever is it, 6,000 years that people think the Earth was around. Anyway, so one guy was like, no, it could have been around for this short of time and it was just created magically like this. And it was like that from the beginning. And the other guy was like, no, it was here for a long time. And we know because for the short period of time, we know that things behave this way. So therefore, it should have behaved that way for the rest of the time as well, which it doesn't work like that. Like, just because things have been observed to do a certain thing for a period of time doesn't mean that those things automatically do that same thing forever. You can sort of infer that if that's your experience, but you can't really prove it, is kind of the point. So that was rough too. And towards the end, he sort of just resorted to being basically like, oh yeah, so there's this conference of people who study tree rings. That's like all they do. And what do you have against people who study tree rings? I don't know if that's exactly what he said word for word, but it was basically that. It was like, is this the right place to post links? I'm confused about some of these. And it was basically like, oh, well, these people study stuff, so why don't you go to where they study all this stuff and you go and hang out with them and you talk to them because they're like, and it was like I forgot the country that he said it was. It was like Zambia or Mozambique, something with a Z maybe. Anyway, some random country like in Africa or something. I don't remember exactly. And they're like, yeah, they have this conference going on and they study tree rings and they have all these papers and okay, so and he sort of like latched onto this point of like, well, these other people that have PhDs and like even from the beginning, what I noticed that was kind of weird. Maybe we'll just play the little opening, just to kind of show you what I mean there, because even from the beginning, I thought it was kind of cringe when usually people have, you know how in debates you start and usually each person gets like 10 minutes or whatever to do an intro. Well, usually they start the intro by being like, oh, well, so and so, and they just keep going about the topic. And then sometimes people will sort of say who they are and what they do for a living if it relates in any way. Like I haven't debated a lot. I've done maybe a couple here and there for fun, and again, I'm not like a debater, but I don't remember ever starting a debate or conversation with somebody being like, oh, hi, I'm so and so. or like, hi, I'm definitely not whatever, and I'm a software engineer, and I'm here to talk about this other completely unrelated thing. And it's like, okay, nobody cares what your job is if it's not related to the thing. And he kept kind of going on about it in this roundabout way that was like, I don't know, it seemed kind of pretentious, like, oh, I'm so smart, and here's what I do, and I do like deep learning machine algorithm stuff, and like, okay, so you didn't even talk about the topic. So I thought that was kind of a sign that it was gonna get a bit icky at first, but it's okay. I mean, not people, people want to share what they do. That's cool. But it seemed kind of like, oh, look at me, I'm smart, kind of thing. And anyway, so I was not then that surprised when towards the end he kept pushing on this whole, oh, well, look at all these people that have PhDs. By the way, did I say that all these people with PhDs that have PhDs and they think this other thing? So why do you have to disagree with people who have PhDs? By the way, did you hear that they had PhDs and they have like a conference and they like study this stuff? But sorry, I'm doing it wrong. It was more like, oh, they have PhDs, right? And they study this stuff, right? So, right? And why don't you go, right? And like go hang out with them, right? And see what they have to say about it because they have PhDs, right? Right? So I was like, oh my God, no. Why? He just like, he took the win and he handed it to Kent Hovind. It was like, here you go, have it. I give up. Basically, that was how that went. That's at least my interpretation of it. Oh man, that was rough. So that was that. And the only reason, because I was gonna react to that one today, and the only reason we're not doing it is because of the comma right thing. It was so. it was so repetitive. I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry. It's over now. It's over. Okay, let me catch up on chats here real quick, and then I'll pull up the video. Oh, I forgot to do the x.com thing. Let me try that first. Why does it like? That's so annoying how it does that when it basically not concats. When it strips the end of the title and concats like the triple dot thing. I hate how it does that. Oh, you can't overflow this. It's not allowed. I'm gonna do it so that it's right, because it's not allowed. That's not allowed on my page. No triple dot overflow stuff. Okay. That looks better. I think. Okay, good enough. Whatever. Huh. Sorry, I just saw something kind of weird. Every time I go on X, I get distracted for a second because I see something weird. I'm like, huh, what's that? And then I get stuck for an hour. So I'm glad that y'all are here to keep me from doing that, because I'm not doing that right now. Okay, I think this. Oh, I forgot to post it on the channel. Okay, this is the last thing I have to do, but not the title. I need this. Okay. All right, that was the last one, and I don't need this. I need this over here. And let me catch up on chats real quick, and then we'll start. Well, I'll click through the first one that I just discussed for a minute, and then we'll start with the other one. Word. Welcome. That's the definition of karma. The sun being 400 times the size of the moon, but appearing the same size only from planet Earth's perspective. I would love to see how the evolutionists explain that. I don't know what that has to do with evolution. Something that I see often. Let me fix you a little bit. I feel like it's angled weird. Whatever. I don't want to mess with it right now because watch me break it. Something that I see confused a lot with evolution is people discussing like Big Bang stuff and space stuff, and that's not really related to evolution. Something else that is sometimes confused with evolution that is not space stuff that I see happen often is what is it called? Is it abiogenesis or something like that? Basically, how something that's not life becomes life, like how life was created in general, versus evolution is like when we have life and life sort of over long periods of time transforms into different kinds of life. But the starting point is life exists for evolution. So evolution doesn't have an opinion on the sun or the moon or any kind of space, anything, or how life started in general. That's a separate topic than evolution, just FYI. I hope that helps clear things up a little bit. Uh-oh, my scroll isn't working. Are you out of sorry, are you in US or Canada? I am in US. United States of America. Merca. Merca. Fuck yeah. Sorry. I don't usually cuss, but sometimes I do. Hopefully all the kids are in bed by now, so if anybody has children around, I don't cuss often, but sometimes I do, and I expect children to be in bed at this time, unless I guess some people could be overseas, which happens sometimes. Like if we have any Australians or something in here. I guess anybody who's might be overseas where it's daytime, I might on occasion cuss. Question of evolution is true when and how did it start, and when and how and why did it stop? Because we have been tracking history for thousands of years, but we are yet to see a chimp become a man. Yeah, so it would have been for way more than thousands of years. The point is that it takes such a slow amount of time that we only have a very short window compared to the amount of time that has passed. So, but I'm not sure, like, the start and stop question. I think that might be more of the abiogenesis that I mentioned previously. And it hasn't stopped. It's something that will probably keep going forever unless, the sun, until the sun does the thing where, we all die. Because the process, by the time it actually goes boom, we would have been dead because it'll start like expanding and stuff, technically, if that's all true. If space is even real. If space is real, then, that might be a thing. Okay. I'm not sure what that's exactly about, so I'm not gonna comment on that. I have the right to my opinion, and my opinion is that you have no right to your opinion. Maybe this is a problem sometimes when I talk past myself and then I come back and I try to do chats and then I'm not sure what it was that I said at the time that the chat happened. I apologize. That might happen here because I just kept on blabbing and here we are. Not rights again. No, not rights related this time. Something have had to cause that to start and stop. Oh, so that kind of goes with the previous one. I see what you mean. Did it also talk about the duties? The evolutionary theory is basically that man evolved from apes and that white. I'm not sure if it's like that straightforward, but more or less. Although there are questions about if we really started in Africa or not. It's not super clear yet, but a lot of people do think that. That could be. I could see how it could be twisted in a way to mean that. I'm sure that has happened when people have, used the theory to turn around and say those things. I think that has actually happened in history. Actually, representing over here. All right, let me kind of try to go through these a little fast so we can catch up and start getting into the videos and stuff. All right, let's back on the Africa thing. Why is the scroll kind of messed up? Let's see the arguments. Yeah, we'll get into them. I haven't watched the one that we're gonna watch together. This one is gonna be new for both of us. I tried to start watching. I watched maybe the intro bits where they both present the intro side, but I think I was kind of distracted through that too. So, okay, that I covered the sun evolution thing, which is different topic. Yes, do all that. Hello, Naz. Hello. I'm not sure how to say your name. I don't know if I'm like officially well, what's the word? I had a thing. I'm gonna come back to that when I remember what I was gonna say, but I'm not sure if it's supposed to be Putin in Putin it in, or if it's supposed to be put in it in. If the short is supposed to be put, or if the short is supposed to be Putin, because those are very different. It's related. It is related to an intelligent designer. That is the case. Yeah, that is related, but it's a different theory. The theory of evolution itself doesn't account for any of that. That is it. I can see how it's related, but it's still a separate topic. I see race and out of Africa theory in discussion. A little bit in the chat. That's something that we're gonna be covering. I don't think. I haven't watched the debate that we're gonna be covering as like a watch along, but at least the one that I saw yesterday that we're gonna be clicking through here for a minute is not something that they covered. I think they say that cosmos is difficult to study and skip this entirely. Well, I'm not sure who they are. If just evolution people in general, or specifically like the people that we're talking about. It's a long process of space and time expanding. Eventually, the moon being the right distance, perfectly blocking the sun. That would be the simple answer from them, I guess. Well, this is unrelated, but just a short, like, real quick thing. The way that the moon is exactly in the right spot and how its proportions and other properties are very unique to other moons and the way that other moons behave in the solar system, and you know how we only see one side of it at all times, and there's so many different weird things about it that's a separate topic. The moon being super super weird is a separate topic. Maybe we'll cover that at some point here soon if nothing else more interesting comes up, but that is a thing that there was a period of time where I was really interested in it, and I watched a ton of videos on it, and I was like, wow, the moon isn't real, y'all. The moon is not real. Which is probably not true, but there are weird things about it. There's some really weird stuff about it. Okay, when you're skipping, or when people reference each other, I'm gonna skip those because those are not for me. Just FYI. Glow in the dark. Hello. Welcome back. Thanks, same page. Oh, cool. Okay. Say it with Russian accent. Oh, the Putin. Okay, okay, I can do that. Putin is okay. Okay. Well, then Putin it is. Was Putin intended, or was it supposed to be the put in it in? Because the last parts of it make me think that it's supposed to be put, and yeah. Anyway, okay, that's not super relevant to the topic. Yeah, see, that's what I was asking. We will call you Putin, and now I can say that I was sponsored by Putin and technically be correct. That one time last time. Thanks again, by the way. The moon is basically a big rock that keeps getting shot at by blind snipers. I'm not sure about this getting shot at by blind snipers. I'm confused about that part. I'm not sure what that's about. Maybe I missed something. Tintin. Okay, we're done with the Putin name thing. At least I'm done with the Putin name thing. That has been cleared up, and I'm not gonna get stuck on it. Because if I get stuck on it, it's gonna be a thing, and then it's gonna take so much time. Okay. Let me pull this up now. Oh, this is the one that's today's. Let me get yesterday's. So for anybody that missed the first part where I was sort of discussing yesterday's debate that happened, it was Kent versus some person who's new to debating, I guess, which is okay if people are new, but I really wish that when Kent brought up the whole saying right at the end of everything thing, that he would have stopped saying right at the end of everything, at least like after that was brought up. But no, that's not a thing that happened, unfortunately. Okay. I need this one, I think. Yeah, that's this one. I need this window over here. Oh, come on. Why is it always doing this? Please don't crash on me. I'm waiting to get, I think the new Macs are coming out near the end of this year, I think. And this one, I keep running out of memory on this one, which is surprising because when I first got it, it was supposed to be totally overkill for what I need, but it keeps not really keeping up with things, I guess. But I hear that there's apparently a big RAM shortage, and that's so frustrating because that's exactly what I need is lots of RAM. I was planning on getting one that has like all the max RAM and stuff, but then I found out how much they were gonna cost. And because there's a RAM shortage, it costs extra much. Even hard drives are ridiculous now. It's all this AI stuff apparently that is eating up all of the RAM, all the hard drives, all of the everything is being devoured basically by the AI industry. And us consumers, regular old people with computers that want to just like use stuff on our personal computers, we don't get any of it. And the stuff that we do is super overpriced, which is so frustrating. Okay, let me. This one looks a little weird. Let's see. Yeah, it's a little. Well, I don't think we really need to see the corners. I think they'll be okay. Okay, let me just click through this one pretty quickly here. Russian rubles. What are the rubles about? Oh, because wait, what? Oh, the moon or no, I don't get it. I'm confused. I'm confused with it. I think I missed something. Did I miss something? I think I missed something. Fleet is okay. It is Vladimir Putin, as in Vladimir putting it. No, I don't understand. I think I'm still missing something. I'm very confused right now. But at least that the whole like literally Putin was correct. So I'll just go with that. I'm confused about the rest of it, but at least I got the Putin part. Re-examination. Hello, welcome back. Got left a super chat in this debate on in the after Q&A. Oh, cool. This one, the Kent Hovind one, we're only gonna watch a few things as I click through it. We're gonna mostly do the jump up one. I'm still confused. Okay. Yes, do those things. Just. Oh yeah, sometimes I say the justs and actuallys, and I can get called out if you have the emojis for saying the justs and actuallys, which I do say a lot. It's a thing. The moon being shot at by blind snipers. I'm still confused about that. I'm very confused. Okay, I see where this might be going. I'm still confused, but I think we're just gonna gonna move on.
Drop a comment in the chat. Get it buzzing.
Okay, so Oh, this is very quiet, at least for me. Hopefully it's not very quiet for you. Let me fix that. Okay, so this was Kent, and this was this guy, who, whatever his name is, because his thing just says axiomatic reasoning, which, I mean, okay, but I guess he's new to the internet or something, is what he said anyway. And okay, Kent had his, or the other guy had his thing, and then Kent had his thing, or no, the other way around, whatever. And then let me, I don't really have timestamps. I'm just gonna click in like a random spot so you can see what I mean here. Where he's talking. Alright, let's try this one.
Quantum mechanical relationship of the shells of a nucleus. Like, do you think our understanding there is lacking? Like, what do we need to change in the particle physics, or what do we need to change in the differential equation of tree growth in order to have a better model that better?
Okay, you see what I mean by it? It seemed kind of like, oh, look at me, I'm so smart, kind of like pretentiousness. I don't know if you see what I mean, but this kind of points to that
matches
a
the
bit.
data, right?
Okay, let me give you a better model.
Mm-hmm.
6,000 years ago, God created a perfect world. If you read Genesis chapter 1, there was water above the air where the birds fly, above the firmament. I believe there was a crystal canopy, 2 or 3 fingers thick. The Jews have always taught the earth was surrounded by ice.
I have heard that too. Not from the Bible, but the firmament and everything. I've heard of people that have suggested that that might have been the case, and I find the idea really cool and interesting. But again, I don't know for a fact that that happened or not. But I do find the idea interesting that at one time there might have been like basically water over the top of our heads, kind of, and or maybe it was something that like the atmosphere was also really thick. It was really like it was like cloudy the whole way down, like really vapory particle. I don't remember exactly what the theory, how the theory goes, but apparently it was really thick and we couldn't really see the sun. It was more like a haze in the sky or something. Yeah, I've heard things like that from several different people that I found interesting, but not exactly 100% convincing. Interesting, but not convincing. Maybe like 50-50 convincing. I don't know. If you haven't caught on yet, I'm pretty like wishy-washy about a lot of stuff. Like I find it easier to accept that I don't know a lot of stuff than try to act like I confidently know things when I don't. And a lot of things that people do think that they know, they don't really know. They sort of just take somebody else's word for it. And at some point you have to, at some point in order to live out your life in general, you have to trust people and you have to take people's word for things in general. So at some point you have to do that. But when it comes to really like interesting esoteric things, it gets like you don't really need to take their word for it in order to live your life. Like these are things that you can believe or you cannot believe, and it doesn't have a huge effect on how people live their day to day. So it's things like that that I'm okay with leaving sort of as a maybe. I don't know, could be interesting thought, but I don't know for a fact one way or another, and I think that's okay. I think when things are something that you need to know for day-to-day kind of life stuff, I think at that point you have to basically take somebody's word for something eventually, or somebody did a study or whatever, and you have to be like, okay, well, at some point I have to trust somebody, and I trust these particular people because they did this study and it seems like they know what they're talking about, and I need to know that because I need to know how to like wash my vegetables or something before I eat them so I don't get sick, things like that. So I hope that makes sense. What am I doing? Okay.
Maybe 10 miles up, like a big greenhouse or terrarium or something. That would block UV light. So the animals and plants living under the pre-flood world before.
Yeah, I have heard that too. Okay, that's a different thing. Let me see where this guy talks a little bit more, because a lot of times they do like take turns.
Did they exist after the flood?
They still do today.
Yeah. So why isn't there a missing collection of ratios that we don't find?
Let me do one when he's not just like questioning, because for the most part he was talking about like the tree.
For me to tell you that an amoeba can turn to a whale.
Though we don't use a sample size of 2.
I keep clicking on the wrong thing. I think maybe over here somewhere.
That material. Then when that tree dies, right, it locks in
Right.
place internally within its cellular structure that carbon ratio. And hence, when we, drill out a sample of it, right, we expect
Right.
that we would be able to date how old that log is if we knew what the ratio was of the atmosphere in the past, right? Like, you
That's what
agree
I
with
just
that
got done saying.
methodology, right?
Well, that's what I just got done saying. You'd have to know how old it is to figure out how old it is. And also, you're still assuming
Sure.
there's been no contamination. We know the solar sunspot cycle.
Wait.
Carbon-14 is why isn't everything?
So, like,
It's different
if
for different
we,
atoms, right?
yes, it's going to be different for different atoms, right?
Good.
So we even
Right.
know the exact amount of energy that the beta particle receives when it decays, right? It turns from
Right.
carbon into nitrogen, right?
Right.
I don't know that. I'll check on that.
You see what I mean? Like every sentence is a question with right at the end, question mark. It's you see why we're not watching this one. I hope you see why we're not watching this one. And then somewhere, I don't know exactly the timestamp that it was, but maybe it was like somewhere over here where he kept going on about how like, oh well, all these people.
Like, you seem to have no concern about that whatsoever.
You
want that for the discussion. We don't know anything about the issue of amoebas turning into humans. We knowing why saber-toothed tigers have carbon-14 in them. Like, you seem to have no concern about that whatsoever.
You just brought it up, and I just wrote it down. First of all, I don't know that that's true, what you said. But if it is, I will check it out. And thank you. Okay. Let's go on. We got a lot of people waiting. Super chat. I've had a long day. I'm tired. I'd like to get to bed. But
I feel that. All right. So this next
dino
for the flood, or with respect to the pre-atmosphere, you would be
Rumble now. We should be streaming.
I want to find where. I wish I could. I should have taken timestamps over where he was like, "Oh well, all these people."
What they can tell us about the age of the Earth, right? Here is, for example, how you take cores from trees, so you can do the sampling. Here is the.
Oh yeah, I think this is like oh Zambia. I think it was Zambia. I knew it has a Z in it. Yeah, so they're like, oh yeah, look at all these scientists. They're like doing science stuff. It's like this is an argument. Is this for real an argument in a debate? Like, oh well, scientists, they have PhDs and they do science and stuff, and they like have a conference. Do you have a conference? Well, they have a conference. So if they have a conference, they must be right. Not that he said it exactly like that. I'm embellishing a little bit, but that's the point, isn't it? Like, look, they have a conference, so they must be right. Otherwise, why bring it up? Anyway, we'll get into the next one here in a bit. I just kind of wanted to just show what I meant by the whole comma right thing, because it's oh man, like it was literally.
Let's talk about trees, right?
Right. Right.
So there's an entire field of basically botany or biology, right?
Right.
Dedicated to.
Even when he's explaining stuff, when he has. I don't know if he has notes for this or if he's just speaking off the cuff, but even when he's trying to explain stuff, he just keeps phrasing everything as a question, right? Actually, just right. No, the gym up. Oh, the gym up one. Okay. He had the right answer, which I never said. Oh, cool. Yeah. The gym up one. I've only watched the I think intro of a little bit. So we'll get into that one in just a minute here. Putting cake in the oven. Okay. Well, cake is acceptable. I wish my scrolling thing wasn't messed up. Because, oh my god, it's really not scrolling now. That is. Oh, there it goes. Okay, now it is. Rick Nell, have a good stream, Charlie. Oh, okay. Just came to drop a like. All right, thanks, Rick Nell. I will see you next time. Happy travels, I guess, or safe travels. However it is that people say that. I think people say safe travels. Safe travels seems appropriate. I don't know. I usually don't say that because I don't know people who travel. Bird hands. By the way, bird hands and bird hands. Is this Kent guy Christian? Yes. Yes, he is. I think most people who would be for creation and against evolution, they tend to be Christians. I haven't. There are a few that I have seen that aren't, but for the most part, they are. I know about dogs and jujitsu, but that's about it. I'm missing something again, I think. It's easier to know things that you don't know than to not know what you know. It's easier to know things that you don't know. That is true. Than to not know what you know. You know. No. The things that you know. I don't believe in trees. Bird hands. Doo-doo-doo. I remember watching a documentary a while ago about trees that don't exist, where the photos of forests were actually ultra zoomed in photos of grass. I couldn't finish watching the documentary. What? I haven't heard of that. That is crazy. Where the photos of forests were actually ultra zoomed in photos of grass. What? Too wacky for me. I don't even understand how that's a thing. Vegetables aren't really a thing, apparently. What? This chat is so out of whack today. 1 + 1, right? Equals 2, right? 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 Vegetables is literally a social construct, right? So people who were lynched where they hung on air. Oh, I don't know if I should be right about that one. I was gonna say right at the end of every single one, but maybe I'll skip that one. Chat is wilding tonight. You guys are very wilding. Wilding indeed. One would wild in the way that you guys are wilding. There's all sorts of conspiracy theories. Well, sometimes you gotta theorize about conspiring. I think so, but I'm not sure. You never know what YouTube gets upset about, but at some point we just gotta be like, I mean, you can't self-censor yourself for every little thing, so I think it could be something that's depending on the context, I guess. Because there's some people that have their last name as Lynch, like, and there's like Merrill Lynch, or is that? I think it is Merrill Lynch. That's the big company that has, the bank or whatever. Are they a bank? It's just a big corporation. So it is also a regular word. So I don't know. If it's not like obviously something that's TOS, I'm not worried about it. At some point, you just got to be able to talk normally. All right, let's do this one. Oh, this one.
All right, guys, welcome back to Modern Day Debates. Today we're doing an evolution on trial debate.
I don't like that. I already don't like it. So this whole evolution on trial, I bet that was Jim Bob's idea for a topic, because this is exactly the same topic he did, I don't know, like 5 other times. I remember there was another debate that we covered that was Jim Bob, and it was evolution, and it was exactly the same, evolution on trial. And I think this topic is basically a way to avoid answering questions. Like if he ever gets into a pickle where like he doesn't want to answer questions or they're too uncomfortable, he can be like, well, the topic is evolution on trial, not creation on trial or creationism on trial or whatever. So he can like flip it around like that. And so if you try to be like, well, what's the alternative? The alternative is usually creation versus evolution. And if you try to poke holes in that, he can be like, well, no, that's not on trial. It's evolution on trial. I don't know if he actually says that in this debate, actually, but since I watched a bit of the intro here and there, I have noticed that there were quite a few of the justs and actuallys in the kind of context that is like the kind of stuff that Jim Bob does a lot is he'll say stuff. He uses like the just and actuallys in a way that he will say things that are like normal matter of fact things, but he'll say like, oh well, that's just 1 + 1 = 2, as if it's not like good enough that 1 + 1 = 2. Like he'll take like a normal thing that people commonly believe, and he'll be like, well, that's just blah 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 blah, and it's like a normal thing, but he'll say it in the way as if it's like, oh well, that it's only that, so it's like if it's not more than that, it's somehow not good enough or something. And that's something that I've noticed in the intro of this debate as well. Vegetable is a culinary term, not a scientific term. Scientifically, they're all different things, like some are roots, some are flowers. That is true. How do I know if I am wilding? You are wilding right now. It's already happening. They don't want creationism on trial. I mean, yeah. In general, people that are debating other people usually don't want their own thing on trial, whatever it is. Evolution is turning the freaking frogs gay. Actually, I don't think that was evolution. I think that was the, what was it? The hormone stuff in the water. Isn't that like the birth control pills that women take and then they pee them out and then eventually all that stuff ends up in the water and then it's turning the fish and the frogs gay. I know it's also turning fish gay, but also frogs, I guess. But it's fish too. Fish are having issues when that stuff is found there. So technically not evolution. Fun fact. Run into a wall if you don't feel anything. You're wild. I condemn running into walls. That sounds like it's a dangerous activity. You did not hear about that here. Okay. They want to rely on absurdity of the contrary. Come to North Korea, you're definitely gonna be wilding. I also condemn people going to North Korea. It's probably a bad idea. Dire adjacent presuppositionalism is just skepticism that Christians are allowed to do. Ooh. How is that for a just myself? Approximately 69 miles per hour, no helmet. Hey, I see what you did there. I personally support the gay fish, penguins, frogs, etc. Yes, hopefully they're not gonna be, like, parading, but, you know, if the fish want to be gay, that's cool, I guess. But the problem is I don't think they want to be gay. I think they want to be straight fish, but we're pumping hormones into their water and making them gay. Making frogs gay would be creationism, no. No, because creationism would be creating the frogs in the first place. Like, if there weren't frogs and we magically created frogs, I think that would be creationism. I don't think it's creationism or evolution. I think it's just I think it's just basically like modification, which we do a lot to a lot of things. So this is just an unintentional one. That's what your mom was going to say. Just 1 + 1 = 2 isn't enough. Type stuff with store. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Okay. Let's get into this, and then we'll catch up as things go.
If you tuned in last night, we did a kind of different version of this topic, but today we got made by Jim Bob and we got Sam McKee from Polymath World. And the format today is going to be 5 15-minute openings. We're going to wrap up with some closings. We do debates. New check out some of the bigger ones that didn't. That'll be all. We'll go right into it. Couple.
That.
Yep.
You can see on trial. Evolution has already been on trial. In fact, it's been on trial 15 times in the last century. No theory in the history of science has been more scrutinized and yet remained firm. If you want to deny this, you need to take a position of conspiracy theory because it's not reasonable. The science has very much been tested.
I don't like that when people say, like, something is a conspiracy theory and then that's like a way to dismiss it, because also the conspiracy theory is like a CIA thing probably, or whatever federal agency that came up with the term to like discredit it, because there are conspiracies and there are theories about conspiracies, and some of them are legitimate and some of them aren't, but just saying that something is a conspiracy theory doesn't make it somehow like illegitimate or wrong or whatever, because there are really conspiracies out there. That's why there's a word for it, because these things exist. If it was a completely made up thing, they wouldn't make such a big deal about it. It's like, how often do you hear people complain about, like, oh, well, the unicorns, the people who believe in unicorns, they're like the unicorn theory people, you know?
A great deal. Evolution is also the only viable option for what it explains. That's a picture of McLean v. Arkansas in 1982. Creation science failed every test of science and philosophy of science, even before the 1980s. Intelligent design has been absolutely squashed in the last 20 years. It offers no viable mechanism or alternative research program at all that is live. And in the last
Pyrotech says they're not saying because it's a conspiracy that it's wrong. They're saying if you believe this position, then you're in the realm of being a conspiracy theorist. That's a different claim. But that implies, what I mean is that implies that people sort of have this sense of, oh, conspiracy theorists, that must be that they're wrong / crazy / whatever. Just the term itself, just the conspiracy theorist label itself, like when you label people that in a way that's like, oh, well, you're just a conspiracy theorist, just, it implies that they're wrong. Not that they're saying literally that, oh, because you're a conspiracy theorist, you're wrong. It's that labeling somebody that in the context of talking about a specific topic basically implies that they're wrong. I don't see how it doesn't. But if you want to let me know how it's not implying that, I'm open to the possibility, certainly. Wait, what? Okay.
11 years, the third way, the so-called third way led by Dennis Noble, has tried but failed and is completely irrelevant in evolutionary biology circles. There is no competition in terms of anything presenting a viable option for what it explains. Just to say a little bit about theistic evolution here, I'm a Christian myself. I take the position of theistic evolution. There are no scientists in any of the major academic science or science and religion bodies here in the UK or in Europe who take the position that creationism is true or that evolution is false. So I want everyone to understand that in both the humanities and the sciences, as an academic research program, there is no denial of evolution. So this is no cult thing or anything like that. Every Christian body that's academic in terms of science and religion or the life sciences accepts evolution. So I want to make a point here as well, just before we start. Just a lot of people are against evolution. I wonder if they've ever met a scientist in their lives. We're not an atheist cabal. If you go to the Genetic Society or the Royal
Why is there a photo of him? Because why do we need a photo? I think that's a little weird.
Society of Biology or the British Society for Genetic Medicine, where I am. I'm a cancer research geneticist at the University of Reading. Everyone there is lovely. They're wonderful people. We don't talk about religion whatsoever. It doesn't come up. We're not some atheist cult cabal that's looking to squash the church. That's completely nonsense. If you go there, you won't find that at all. Never has been, never will be. We're perfectly reasonable people, and I would love people to know that. Right, let's get on to the science here for a moment. Evolution and its mechanisms have been observed, demonstrated, and confirmed. Evolutionary biology, particularly convergent evolution, is a grand unifying theory across the whole life sciences. Everything from medicine, ecology, environmental science, down to genetics, developmental biology, and molecular biology. At every level, it works and is applicable. It's been demonstrated and confirmed. Here's a list of some modern examples of different kinds of mechanisms of evolution that have all been demonstrated in this century. So I've got an example here, a table for you of different kinds of evolutionary change. These are a variety of different mechanisms bringing about evolution and their modern examples.
Something that's different about this debate from the last debate that I just sort of summed it up is they're actually talking about evolution in this one. The last one was really like they were talking about when are things old or are they not old? That was basically most of the last one. There was very little about evolution. It was mostly like
these are all 21st.
It was mostly are things old or are they not old, or how old are things in general. It's not about like fish or whatever. What? The chat really is wilding tonight indeed. Ooh, biscuits and gravy, that sounds good. Cake is unacceptable. Get that cake out of here. No cake.
First century examples for you all to see. The big question that Jim Bob raises a lot, I've noticed, is about gain of function. This idea that mutations are all neutral or negative, well, the majority of them are. There's so many gain of function mutations, and a lot of these are live in what I'm studying in the evolution of DNA repair. So here's some modern examples again, the kind of gain of function mutation that there was, what the new function was, and the evolutionary significance. I can come back to this picture if you want to see it later, but I know I've got to press on. Here's a great example that you can find, including a team that involved several Christians on it, again from the 21st century, of gain of function mutations in experimental evolution. Right.
Are we supposed to read that? That's like a lot of text.
And here's one of my favorites, which is the evolution of the antifreeze property in ice fish that allowed them to move further north into the Antarctic to exploit an entire new ecological niche and flourish. So that was a huge speciation radiation event from a gain of function mutation. Now, I put this in, Jim Bob, because I know you love whales so much. So I just thought I'd put this in. I love whales too. I wanted to be a marine biologist when I was a kid. This is an article I wrote. I do a lot of...
He does love whales, Jim Bob, and wee-wees. He also seems to love the wee-wees. Oh boy, the wee-wees. So I don't know if this was the last debate that we covered that Jim Bob did about evolution, or maybe the one before that, because he does a lot of evolution debates. But one of them, maybe it was the last one, um, he kept going on about wee-wees. Like, half of the debate was Jim Bob talking about penises and how he doesn't, like, believe that they evolved or something. And of all things, like, that's I just don't see how, of all things, penises specifically are, like, you can't imagine how they could possibly evolve, because of all things, that's not that. There are some things about evolution that are difficult to explain, but that's not one of those things. It's not. That's one of the more straightforward things about evolution. Um, he sort of seems to have this, oh, it was penises and livers. I think livers was another one. Like, he seems to have this, maybe he seems to have this mental image, or at least that's how he talks about these things. Is like, oh well, it was not there, and then suddenly it was there, or it wasn't there, and then maybe like half of it was there, but it wasn't working. And why did they have something that wasn't working? Which, like, that's not that's not at all what they're saying. The pro evolution side, that's not how that's supposed to work. Or like, oh well, it wasn't there, and then suddenly it magically appeared, and it was like fully formed. Or like some of them had like a stub, and then it like wasn't working. Why would he think it wasn't working unless it's like a fully formed? Okay, whatever. We'll see if they go there tonight. I'm not sure if they will, but if you if you want to see talking about wee-wees, there is a previous debate that we covered on this channel. If you just scroll past in the past live streams, um, at a later time, and you'll find it. They talk about wee-wees. One cannot have too much cake. That is incorrect. One can't have too much cake. It is very easy to have too much cake, and then you find yourself on like the 600-pound life, and then yeah, everybody likes cake. I don't actually like cake that much. I think there are some cakes that I sort of like, but in moderation and very rarely. It's just usually too sweet. Like there's one, I like the Russian Napoleon cake, which is sort of a twist on the French Napoleon cake, but it's such a pain in the ass to make. I used to make it pretty often for a while, and obviously you can only eat so much of that, because it's kind of difficult to make, and you get fat easily. And then the other one I kind of like, all right, that people do actually sell in America is this. Is it the Black Forest cake? I think it's technically a German cake, but they have them at like the grocery store, where they sell like little cake containers, which is where they put cherries inside. They're pretty good. There's like a cherry layer. I usually don't like the American cakes that are just like sponge cakes basically, and too much frosting usually is pretty gross too. Oh, hold on, population. Oh, that's okay. Wait, populations. What? I'm still confused. Midavoy. Midavoy. I know that there's a honey cake also. I've seen recipes for it, but I've never made it. I've made Napoleon, and I've made I also like making the poppy seed roll stuff. I think those are really good too. I put the extra poppy seeds. Very tasty.
Of science communication for The Conversation, Newsweek, the Institute of Art and Ideas, about whales, because I thought I'd spend some time on Pachycetus as just a gift to Jim Bob. So whale evolution is one of the better documented things, but a lot of what people don't realize is just how much this has exploded in the last few years. I'll just say, when I went back to university and did 2 years of evolutionary biology in 2018, I got reprimanded for using a textbook in one of my assignments that was 7 years old, because it was far too far out of date. If you're going to talk about evolution today, you have to talk about it now. Evolution is the fastest growing discipline in the life sciences because of genomics. And I got told off for using a textbook from 2012. So if you're talking about anything before 2012,
watch Jim Bob later say something like, well, if it's changing so much, how do you know it's like a real thing? Because things that change aren't like true things, obviously. I swear I've heard arguments similar to that from him before. Yugu cakes. I had Yugu cakes, but I don't usually like the American cakes. I had never imagined that the hole in the whale's back is its nostrils. Their ancestors had them on the front of their face like everyone else, and over time they moved all the way to their back. Oh yeah, that's an interesting point, because that's the blowhole. I'm sorry, that's what it's called. I can't do anything about that. It's called the blowhole. That's what it is. Why? Tonight is out of control. Napoleon is one of the best. That is true. I think it probably is the best. I don't think I like any other cake more than I like that particular one. It is such a pain in the ass to make because you have to cook every single you have to roll all the dough, and like every single circle you have to cook separately in the oven. And yeah, it takes a while because you can only make like 2 at a time. At least they don't take that long to make, like only 10 minutes each. Okay, none of that is relevant. I apologize. Never looked at it that way. Oh, what, the blowhole? That's what it's called. I'm sorry, it's what it's called. Greetings. Hello.
Oh, what are you doing? What are we even doing here? And a big reason for this is whale genomes have been sequenced into oblivion since 2023. So a huge amount of genome sequencing and comparative genomics of baleen whales was published in 2023. Particular focus, here's one of the main papers for it. Particular focus on the blue whale because it's so big and so interesting, how you get to something that size and how it doesn't succumb to cancer. And what was found was there are a lot of genes for gigantism, which we also see in elephants, whale sharks, and those sorts of things that had been developed inside many of these whales.
I also heard that there was a period of time in Earth's history where I think it was maybe because there was way more oxygen in the atmosphere or something, but all the bugs were huge. Like little bugs that are really tiny now would be the size of like a large dog or something. That would be so freaky. Can you imagine? That is terrifying. Can I request a sticker of Putin giving thumbs up? Maybe. I think I would need to have I think to add another sticker, I need to have 2 more people join as a member in order for me to add another sticker. Because there's a limited number of them that you can have, and the last one I added was the bird hands. So all the stickers are accounted for. But if I have 2 more people join as a member, I can add the Putin given thumbs up sticker. That we can do that. Jimbo Bot did that guy. Oh, this guy, Sam Polymath, whatever. I don't even know what that means. Polymath. Blowhole. All right, the whale blowhole. That's what it's called, isn't it? The nostril you were talking about on the back of the whales. That's where they blow the water out of and breathe through. You know how they go. That's what we're talking about, right? Why is everything called that? Why is there fluff in here again? Every time, not every time, like half the time there's a fluff in my getup. It's a definition of hard work paying off each layer. Yeah, it's worth it. It's such a pain to make, but it's worth it. It's been a while since I made it.
That allowed them to just explode in size, which is really, really interesting because we see these also convergent in a lot of other big creatures. The pygmy right whale gene was noticed first, and I wrote on the evolution of rorquals as opposed to toothed whales. But then the comparative genomics was also compared to all kinds of aquatic mammals. We saw that there are a lot of genes that were lost in the transition from land to water. So this is the main answer to a lot of the questions I know you have, Jim Bob. Then the genome of the minke whale was sequenced. The blue whale, the humpback whale, the North Atlantic and southern right whale. And what this allowed us to do in about 2024 was compare the genomes of all the major whales and trace their evolutionary history. So that's fascinating. You should look into that. What it did lead to was a lot of reclassification of many whales species that were classified wrong. Well, not wrong, but it was much more interesting. So this led to the reclassification of various species.
So was it wrong or not wrong? Because it sounds like he said that they had to be reclassified and then that it was wrong, but then corrected himself that it wasn't wrong. Ooh. Yay, Putin. I really can say now that I'm sponsored by Putin. Oh, it's gonna do the thing. Yeah, I mean, I'll add the, oh, that's gonna be a thing. I should probably not enable that. I'm gonna add the Putin thumbs up after the stream. I'll have to create one so that it like matches the other ones a little bit. But yes, we can definitely make stickers now. Thank you. Yes. Everyone thank the Russians taxpayer. All right.
Brutus whale.
You get your stickers.
occupy tropical waters. And so the rice whale, the Amura's whale, and the Eden's whale were all reclassified as seen to actually be completely independent species. Right, another area I work in is space science. So I publish a lot on DNA damage repair in space. A great example of modern evolution is what's going on in the International Space Station. As you know, in space, you can get sick more easily, and it's harder to get better because your immune system is suppressed. Astronauts need to spend 2 hours a day cleaning because of the proliferation of biofilm. Here's part of the attack against it, which is really wonderful. This is Rockstar NASA astronaut Kate Rubins. In 2018, she did the first ever gene sequencing in space. And then in 2020, she sequenced the genomes of all the microorganisms living on the ISS and cataloged them all into a library. I was involved in an experiment that got flown into the International Space Station in 2023 because we were looking to get rid of biofilm growths because these microbes evolve under such selective pressure on their ISS.
Is he like humble bragging? I feel like this is a humble brag. I don't know if it's even that humble.
So quickly, it is actually a health hazard to astronauts. So we were looking at means of killing them more quickly in a way that wasn't going to allow them to evolutionarily thrive. So that's really interesting. You can ask me about that if you want. Right, what I want to emphasize here is that evolution is a hard science. It's a mathematical science. It's predictive. It's got technological applications. It's a grand unifying theory, but it's also a medical science. It plays a major role in my own cancer research. Yes, it's predictive. We predicted in 2005 that there'd be marsupial fossils in Antarctica, and they were found, which is one of the most extraordinary live predictions of its kind in this century. And then Tiktaalik, but you know all about Tiktaalik. The African cichlid fish near Lake Victoria is really, really interesting in terms of radiation and speciation really rapidly. And again, we can look at gain of function mutations on this. But because it dries up so quickly, you get these isolated pools where there's a very strong selective pressure. So yeah, this has been looked at very, very heavily as to how they radiate and adapt so quickly. Because they're very small and have short lifespans, they evolve very, very quickly. There are a lot of major academic societies for evolution, and I encourage people to look at their work. So I'm a member of the Society for Molecular Biology and Evolution, as well as the Royal Society of Biology and the Genetics Society. You can go to our conferences, look at what we do, look at what we talk about. One question I have for Jim Bob is, what does he think that evolutionists do? I don't want to use the term evolutionist because there are no such things as evolutionists. They're just people who believe in evolution, I guess. But what do you think we do all day? What is it you think that scientists do? Evolution has transformed so much since the end of the Human Genome Project. So I was based in Cambridge. I did my studies there. Cambridge has the #1 genetics center on the planet. It's the #1 university on the planet for genetics. We have the Sanger Center where the Human Genome Project was really carried in Europe. It began with the Human Genome Project, then moved on to the 1,000 Genomes Project, then the 100,000 Genomes Project, and now we have the major projects I'll talk about if I have time.
Oh, sorry, Al. Yeah, they're randomized. Unfortunately, I think they used to. It used to be like it would go to whoever was in the chat, but now it seems like it's more random.
And that's because the cost of genome sequencing has come down so much. I sequenced my own genome in February for £80 with a handheld device. The original genome sequencing took 13 years and cost $4 billion. And now you can do it with a handheld device. And this means that scientists in the field can sequence genomes without needing to go into a lab and can do very quick comparative analysis. The field of bioinformatics is really a bit more than 10 years old as a professional discipline, but it's exploding with this data revolution that's driving evolution. Just another thing on this, why we have new tools to study evolutionary biology. The life sciences have exploded and the general public really has no idea where they are. In 2015, my own discipline of DNA repair was awarded with a Nobel Prize. 2017, cryo-EM was awarded the Nobel Prize. That's what I use at Birkbeck, which allows us to study macromolecules in solution to incredible resolution.
Sam, cancer immunotherapy. 4 minutes.
Right, okay. Cancer immunotherapy was awarded the Nobel Prize in 2018.
I don't know how this is relevant to like whether evolution is true or reasonable or whatever the topic is.
These two wonderful women
on trial isn't very clear.
Won the Nobel Prize for CRISPR. And CRISPR has allowed us to use directed and experimental evolution very quickly and accurately. The Neanderthal genome was sequenced in 2022, and that was the highest prize ever given to evolutionary biology. And in 2024, AlphaFold won the Nobel Prize, which is what I use each week. So modern biology has changed. It's completely changed. Anyone talking about evolution needs to talk about it now, or it's a waste of time. We're in an era of gene editing, immunotherapy, and computational biology, where we can look at the mutations that are happening in real time and assess their medical and real-world applications. AlphaFold, which won the Nobel Prize last year, another massive, massive prize awarded to the discipline of evolutionary biology, is completely based on evolutionary principles. The protein folding problem was the biggest problem in biology and a complete mystery, and people always use physics to try and solve it. But when we switched to evolution, we solved it. That's huge. I can't overstate how huge that is. Here's a project by one of my best friends coming out of the Sanger Center on how AlphaFold can be used to map molecular phylogeny.
I like those. What is this? This is adorable. I don't. This watch article explores how taking a certain no phylogenetic relationships can improve computational efficiency for genomics, enabling improved genome data compression and faster sequence searches. Datasets continue. I thought it would be somehow explaining what the image was about, but it's not. I'm not reading that whole thing to find out, but it's kind of cute.
By one of my best friends coming out of the Sanger Center on how AlphaFold can be used to map molecular phylogeny. I'm going to need to skip ahead. This is Dr. Kat Arney, a friend of mine, an award-winning science communicator. She said that the world of cancer changed when we started treating it like a disease of evolution rather than just a disease. So we have immunotherapy and DNA repair therapy now. This is active cancer genetics now. I want to ask Jim Bob, if evolution isn't true, what on earth is cancer research and how does it work? We don't just cut it out, burn it, or blast it anymore. We use immunotherapy. We use DNA repair therapy, the most effective treatment ever for melanoma and breast cancer. What is cancer research today if evolution isn't true? We do genetic counseling when we're assessing rare and common disease. It's based entirely on genetic principles, which is how we help people with Huntington's disease and Tay-Sachs disease and sickle cell disease. I had the pleasure of meeting Svante Parbo last year. The guy who won the Nobel Prize for...
Okay, this is... I don't understand this slideshow because this looks like a bunch of humble bragging. It's just like one thing after another after another. It's like, oh, look, I know this person. They're so smart. Oh, look, I've met this person. They're so smart. Look, I've done this thing. Look, I've done this thing. Look at what I've done. Look at what I've done. Look who I know. Look who I know. Like that's what this is. And he's not really presenting how this relates to evolution. He's just like, look, genes exist. Look, DNA does stuff. Like, okay, but how does that make your point? And it's just not great. I'm gonna call it a night almost 1 a.m. Oh, okay. Have a good night. It's always nice seeing you. Hope I see you next time. The ontology behind how true evolution is outside the scope of this guy's particular job. That seems to be the case, but then he took this debate for some reason, right? I mean, if you're... there are people that aren't really... there are people whose job isn't related to what they do a debate on plenty of times, but it seems like he took a debate on evolution, but then he's discussing his job and people he knows, which is super weird. Yes, good night.
Sequencing the Neanderthal genome. That was such big news. That research was then topped in 2015 by the sequencing of the Denisovan genome. That research saved over 100,000 lives during the pandemic because we were able to isolate biomarkers for respiratory disease. This is the protein I work on, human mut-S alpha. Compare it to E. coli mut-S. This is one of the most ancient proteins in life. And if you look, these aren't convergent, they're divergent. They're very, very highly constrained.
Okay, people don't know what that means. Like, average people watching this debate, they don't know what that means. They just see like squiggles on a thing, which is cool, I guess. But if he's not going to explain exactly how this relates to evolution, why even include it? And why include it like way after he's done what, like 20 slides on people he knows and humble bragging about other shit he's done? Are we now getting into it now that he doesn't have time for everything else?
I can talk to you about the molecular aspects of this later if you want to ask questions. But the point is that although sequence is fairly conserved, it's structure that's majorly conserved. And this is what we're studying when we're looking at things like gain-of-function mutations. I know you often ask, why? What is it? What does it do? Well, I'm happy to come back to this if you want to ask me about it. Convergent evolution. The 2026 Templeton Prize, awarded 3 months ago, was to my friend Simon Conway Morris for his work on convergent evolution. My question here for Jim Bob is 3 of the last 4 years, a major scientific prize has gone to evolutionary biology. How on earth can anyone claim that it's failing or dying or irrelevant? What's the competition? 3 of the last 4 years and 6 of the last 8, a major prize in the medical field or in scientific discovery has gone to the field of evolutionary biology. No other discipline in the history of science has won as many major prizes as evolutionary biology because of that. So what's the competing paradigm? What else is there to say here? The convergent evolution phenomenon has been seen in the immune system, in sex pheromones that are in insects and elephants, which is extraordinary. Protein structural evolution, that's the convergence that I really work on.
And that'll be 15 minutes right there.
Okay, well, here we go. I'll just go to my questions then. If evolution failed the scientific method, and I have a PhD in history and philosophy of science, so I'm happy to talk about philosophy.
Why do you keep... Do I have to say anything at this point? This is so cringe, honestly. Like, I think if he just... It's cool to have a presentation, but literally most of it was like, look at the stuff I did, look who I know. And then he was like, oh yeah, genes, they do stuff. If evolution isn't real, explain how DNA something. Like, he's not really making the connection, but maybe they'll get into it more after the whole intro stuff is over. This is like an ear, nose, and throat doctor saying how important the ear, nose, and throat is to the fall of the Roman Empire or something. Yeah, I know it's gonna... I don't either. This is not relevant to like anything. Maybe we'll just skip through the rest of it, but it seems like it's almost over anyway. Because Jim Bob can just internally critique the worldview, and a science's job isn't to have a worldview because science is a pragmatic process. Yep. Is he talking 1.5? Yes, everyone is talking in 1.5 speed. It is set to 1.5 speed, basically, exactly.
Of science if Jim Bob wants to. But if evolution failed the scientific method, why is it underpinning some of the most advanced biological research on Earth
Is that too fast for y'all? Let me know if it's too fast, because I'll slow it down.
today?
I do kind
And
of
this
want
is
to
just
get
a list of some of
through the intros and get into the actual conversation. We'll just skip through it.
Reduction of such a function was incidental. Now he'll say, well, no, keeping it isn't incidental because it was advantageous. Okay, well, if it's advantageous, you still have to hold that the function that it actually does is incidental. In natural language, that's to say what the heart does inside the body, the mereology of what the heart does in the body in conjunction with other things, okay? That's incidental. That's completely incidental. It just accidentally is awesome, basically. So that's what he has to say. But further, he has to explain how random mutation actually produces a cascade of events that builds something like the vestibular system. Now, for those of you who don't know, the vestibular system for human is the system, very complex system that that accounts for the spatial awareness and balance of the human being, of the organism. So there's another problem here. You have to keep going back in history and say the vestibular system was produced by random mutation from a very long distant ancestor that didn't really have a vestibular system to this extent, right? Now, notice they always grant themselves a previous animal that already had the components for a vestibular system. Well, you don't get out of it. You have to explain how random mutation produces something in a circumstance where it doesn't have that thing. That's actually necessary, unless you just say magically animals exist in their essential starting points where they have some organisms that they depend on, and then those organisms and those organs can alter over time. These are two different claims. I'll be focusing on two: natural selection, mutation. Mutation is said to be the ultimate source of all genetic variation. The issue is populations themselves. Listen carefully. Populations themselves are an example of genetic variation. But you see that populations have to have genetic variation. You have a problem here, right? How does genetic variation produce populations if you need populations to produce genetic variation? I'll say it again. How does genetic variation produce populations if you need populations to produce genetic variation? It's always going to be a case of the proponent just magically giving himself a huge array of existing things that do stuff, and then they can talk about evolution. Now, they might scream, I'm not talking about abiogenesis. That's fine. Even if I granted you a first population of basic replicators or something even more complex, you still have to develop a system and a mechanism and an explanation for how you go from A to B, but you never can do that. You just say it happens over time, and it's very complex, and we're starting to understand more about it. Well, I'm sorry. The debate isn't whether or not you think we're trying to understand more about it. By the way, my opponent appealed to scientists giving each other awards, and on that basis, by all means, we should listen to them because it must be true if they give each other awards. That's like saying...
No, that's valid. That has nothing to do with anything. The whole, like, oh, did you know I was PhD? Like... Okay, bro, nobody cares. Islam is transformation of a polytheistic paganism into pagan monotheism. Interesting, but I'm not sure how that's related. I'm sorry. Metaphysics cured my cancer. What? Hello, BSOs. Welcome back.
It makes sense for Barack Obama to receive the Nobel Peace Prize. He got the award, even though he bombed, 7 majority Muslim countries. Now, some could argue geopolitically that it actually was a peace process. But
he had to add that. Okay, I caught that when I first tuned in. So at first he's like, he makes sense. He's like, well, Obama got a peace prize even though he bombed people. And that makes sense how that's crazy. It makes sense that you don't get a peace prize if you bomb people, but he did. But he had to step in and add that caveat of, oh, well, technically you could be going towards peace if you do that. And the reason that he had to add that is, in my opinion, because Mr. Wilson specifically has done arguments saying, like, one of his whole thing is like the force doctrine. Okay, that's one of the things. The other thing is, that is lesser known, is he basically, he doesn't think that, oh, well, if you do, how do I put this? What's the best way to sum it up? Basically, it's like when you're trying to go towards peace, like when you're trying to end conflict, what's the best way to end conflict? Most people would say, like, oh, well, you compromise, you talk it out, you avoid violence. Well, Mr. Wilson and apparently all of the little minions, including Jim Bob here, seem to disagree, because whatever Wilson says, the other ones kind of have to adopt. So which is why he had to add that caveat in here, in my opinion. that, oh well, technically if it's if you could go towards peace by bombing people or whatever, because what Wilson says is, well, if you the best path to peace or resolving conflict isn't necessarily, compromise or getting along or whatever. It could be violence. Like that, what if you are violent towards others, you basically beat them into submission, and then you have peace by, well, being an authoritarian asshole, basically. And that's the point. That's it. Like, in order to have peace, you might have to beat people up, and then instead of compromising, you basically fight them. Instead of doing whatever other peaceful thing that people suggest, you do the violent thing, and that can lead to peace, is the point. So he has to put that caveat in here, even though his first point makes sense. Like, oh, why would someone get a peace prize for bombing people? Which, yeah, why would someone get a peace prize for bombing people? That's crazy. But then he has to add, well, technically you could if the blah, 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 yeah. He had to, because otherwise he would be going against Wilson, and you can't have that.
Doesn't actually verify anything to give someone an award. Awards are given arbitrarily by people who agree with people. So that doesn't really say anything, okay?
And that's true. People getting awards has nothing to do with anything, and that was all like random humble bragging, which was so super cringe of the other guy.
The issue with mutations is that most mutations are neutral or harmful, but even the ones that are claimed to be beneficial still have to explain how extremely complex systems with dedicated tasks, like the vestibular system, are engineered purely incidentally. Now, I'm using engineered liberally. I don't want you guys to get triggered to think there's an engineer. I'm not even positing that. I'm actually positing the opposite. Evolution has...
Of course not, because if you were positing that there was an engineer, then we could poke at the there's an engineer thing. But I think that, judging by the topic being evolution on trial, Jim Bubba is the only one allowed to, well, poke it, whatever. Commies created Soldier Boy? What? What? USSR and Americans tried that on Afghanistan. Oh, yeah, the Afghanistan thing was a major failure. Just to be people to bomb someone to do what you want. Yeah, it seems to not be working for us so well overall, and the rest of the world now hates us, so we basically have to, anytime that we need something from anybody, we basically have to go and bully them into giving it to us.
To say there is no
Which
engineer.
is not sustainable long term.
And through a non-directed process, random events over time produce very precise mechanisms that do very task-oriented things consistently too. They actually, and it's so complex that when they fail, there's an alert system in the body that tells you it's failing, that it's not doing it properly. The problem here is, from the evolutionary view, there's no such thing as a proper function to begin with, because it's all incidental. You can only say there's a typical function and a temporarily typical function. That is to say, how the brain works right now, and how the vestibular system works now, and how the liver works now. In a snapshot of evolution, it just happens to be doing that thing. It doesn't say that it'll continue to do that thing, or it should do that thing, or there's any meaning or purpose for it doing that. It's all just incidental. So when you look at the evolutionary view and look at what their process is that they argue is generating these
Okay, the fact that evolution doesn't have some kind of purpose in mind ahead of time before whatever happens doesn't mean that the theory is somehow invalid.
complex neurological systems, they're actually saying all of it is accidental.
Like, just because you have an issue with things not having a reason for existing doesn't mean that other people have an issue with it, or that nature has an issue with it, or that, evolution itself has an issue with it.
And all of it accidentally works together in such a beautiful way.
Yeah, I get that it's uncomfortable for some people to sort of understand or accept that some things don't have meaning, that a lot of things may not have meaning, that life itself may not have meaning. And the fact that if you eventually start with, well, there's no meaning behind evolution, and if evolution is true, that means we have evolved, and that means that there is no particular reason that we exist. And then people sometimes get sort of uncomfortable with that because therefore life has no inherent meaning. Nobody created us, nobody needed us to be alive, nobody specifically gave us any sort of goals like ahead of time. That's what that leads to, and a lot of people are uncomfortable with that, and I understand why. But just because you're uncomfortable with that doesn't necessarily mean that the other thing is false. It doesn't make it true, but it doesn't make it false either. It's just kind of neither here nor there.
right? That's what they have to say. My opponent must defend the position that random mutation builds specialized features. Now, could he explain how random mutation builds a specialized feature? No. Could he explain how random mutation can produce one category of an animal and actually produce an entirely different, dissimilar category? Well, he has to be able to do that. Now, this brings me to...
Well, the answer is time, and he already wrote that answer off as unacceptable. I don't really understand why it's unacceptable, because we can't, technically we can't exactly run the experiment for one thing turning into completely a different thing because of how much time it would take. So I understand the issue, but there are a lot of experiments that we can't run, but we accept. Especially related to space and things like that, which I also know that he doesn't believe that, like, we went to the moon, or I don't know if he thinks like the moon is real or not or whatever, but he thinks that we haven't gone to the moon. Not that again, it's one of those things where I don't have an opinion one way or another. There might be issues with it, but again, I don't know. I don't know if we did or didn't, but I know that he strongly believes we didn't, and he's like done things about that. So
to the other argument that's also made, which is, well, we found fossils, right? Let's look at fossils. Well, if you look at...
There are a lot of things, especially related to space, basically, and other bigger sort of theories that we can't test because we are not alive long enough to do it. Even if we spent our entire lives doing it, it would still not be enough time. And there are certain things that we basically have to go with the models. With the models, we have to do the models. I know that the model thing was kind of pretentious, the way that like I put it, but it's true that sometimes we have to model things, and we sort of use models to understand how certain things work that are outside of our scope of understanding and outside of our scope of even our existence, like things that are on such a large time scale that we can't possibly test it. And that's an issue for some people, and I understand how it's difficult to accept those things, because you basically have to accept that those models are accurate, and sometimes they aren't. Like, sometimes models are not accurate, and that does happen. Not all scientists are correct about everything all the time. So I do see that point. But also, if you're going to be out here like debating that specific topic and making a big whoop-de-doo about it, you might want to take the time to study the models in more detail, and then specifically point to which part you have an issue with, because at that point, like, that's what's used to prove these things.
A fossil, you're finding
at least prove as far as we possibly can.
Static object. They'll often say, look, we can view the transition. No, transition is an event. You don't observe the event. You actually assume the event by looking at an animal. But the problem here is, in the near term, the argument is something similar in anatomy and phenotype.
Yes, there are a lot of theories that we have that we have to, not have to, nobody has to, but for the sake of the theory, you sort of understand that, okay, well, we have evidence that some things happened, and we can see the result of those things happening. We can't go back in time and point to the thing and watch it happen. Like, okay, I get that. That applies to a lot of things, though. That's not only evolution.
Phenotype, because you don't have access to the genotype, just phenotype. It's phenotypically similar to this other thing that's alive today. Therefore, it must be its shared ancestor, or it is the ancestor. The problem with this, as a criterion, is that if you go back far enough, let's say we have a whale, and you say the Pakicetus 53 million years ago is the ancestor of the whale. Well, based on similarity, right? The story of similarity. And then you find fossils in between, and you say, look, we're watching the change. No, you're watching a story.
5.5 minutes.
And you're using, you're interpolating the story like an animation. The problem is, appealing to similarity and saying that ancestry is a justified belief based on similarity isn't a good criterion. The reason is, if you go back far enough, you have to say something completely dissimilar in phenotype and anatomy is also the ancestor. So it's not a real win to say, look, similar shape.
Okay, that's cool, but this other guy's thing is all about the genotype. So do the genotype now, which I know he also has issues with, but like, this is not something that the other guy is even arguing about, really. His whole thing is genes.
Shapes, similar hands, similar this, similar that.
Not
what you're really pointing to, and the only thing you could actually point to, is you're observing.
Oh yeah, sorry, I missed that one. There's that precept skepticism. I think I see what you mean.
Similarity in anatomy, and at the genetic level, if you have access to it, you're saying we have similarity in function, right? So every time they go, can you explain to me, if evolution isn't true, why these two things are so similar in their placement, or where they are and what they do? Well, you're just restating that they're similar. That's all you're really saying. You're just saying two things are similar, and I say, yeah, they share a function. That's like saying, look, the raccoon hand. If I didn't know what a raccoon was, and I found it, and someone told me it was 1 million years old, do I have reason to believe that it's the human ancestor because it looks like a miniature hand? No, we're looking at similar function. So the genetic.
Okay. I don't think anybody's deciding that things are related to humans just because their hands might look similar. I see what he's saying, but again, this other guy is all about the genotype, not the phenotype. So can we maybe get to that?
Information embedded in the animal informs how it develops. And
also, like, I understand. I apologize for all the likes, but like me saying it. Oh, I did it again. I understand that he's saying, oh, well, because people say things look similar and they found things that look similar, therefore that doesn't mean anything. Well, these things that look similar, that people sort of predicted things that would go in between them, and then they found things in the right spot that would go in between them on a time scale. First of all, they predicted they would find something, and they found something, which supports it's evidence to support their idea. But then they also went back and did gene testing on a bunch of these things, and that also supported that they were related. So it's not only that people are looking at them, it's that there's several layers of people predicting and then finding out that yes, those predictions were correct, and those were all supporting the theory. So it's not like, oh, look, things look similar, therefore evolution. It's more like, oh, look, things look similar. Oh, look, we expect to find this here. Oh, look, we found that there. Oh, look, now we can test the genome, and let's get the genes of all these things and compare them. Oh, look, their genes really do match up like we expect. And it's like one thing after another, and then they were running experiments with smaller things that we can watch reproduce and change, like bacteria, other smaller organisms that we can watch because they are on a faster time scale reproduction-wise than we are. So those are the only things we can really observe. We can't observe things that are our size reproducing and evolving because that's our scale. So we can't observe something that we are in. We have to observe something that's sort of on a smaller scale than we are, if that makes sense. Is this guy here to debate with solid arguments, or he's just gonna yap? Well, I think this is the yapping portion. I think he's
and how it develops is given by what its functions are. Now, the idea that these things develop and they maintain.
I agree with the solid arguments. This part is missing, but the yapping portion is him doing the yapping
their identity,
part of the debate.
Whether it's the mechanism, an organ, or the organism itself. To say it developed to survive, well, that's obviously not true. It accidentally developed and it happened to survive. But this doesn't make it. This doesn't justify why they keep any of these things to begin with, because keeping something also relies on genetics, right? So you have to develop a theory, or I shouldn't call it a theory. You develop this notion, this narrative that things develop hyper-specialized things for their survival, but also accidentally keep them genetically. They could just as well mutate away from that usefulness. It has to be an accident that they're.
It's not an accident that they keep them. This has been explained to him time and time again by a bunch of different debaters that he went up against on the same topic. It's the environment that they're in, that they happen to be in, yes, happen to, makes it so that certain things are beneficial to them, and those things mean that they survive and they pass on their genes so that there's more of those things that are like them. It doesn't mean that they like magically keep stuff randomly. That's not what anybody's saying.
They're useful. And it also has to be an accident that they're kept, that they actually maintain the part or the mechanism. So that's a big problem.
That's not an okay.
Problem under the system. So we won't get too deep into the vestibular system.
So they can get into the discussion, because none of this is this is not really arguments. Let's just get to the point where they're having a conversation, because
if fossils or biodiversity, let's go with fossils first because it's usually the one looked at. I find an incomplete or complete fossil in the ground, right? And I look at it. Okay, what's the observation?
I took the screen share down, by the way, Sam.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, observation is probably the most straightforward one, actually, because it can be anything. It could be a fossil, but it could be just whatever you're looking at. How has it gotten this way? And from there, you have your hypothesis. So It could be a fossil, it could be genetic data, it could be something ancient, but it could also be something new.
Okay, we're going to take the no, Sam, sorry to interrupt, but I'm trying to just go with the fossil as the observation.
Okay, he has a thing for fossils. I get it. Every time he does this debate, he goes on about fossils, and he seems to be like stuck in the fossil thing. Like, oh, people saw things and they could look similar, but they could technically be different. Like, okay, we get it. It seems like this guy is way more into the genome part of the equation as far as his job and everything. So it's interesting they're not starting with that, and they're starting with the fossil stuff, but okay. Jimbo believes you can pray to people in heaven through venerating paintings of them. I do think that's accurate, as far as it makes sense that because of, yeah. Not that it's accurate isn't true, but it's true that Jumbab seems to believe that.
Okay, sure. Yeah, no problem.
So is it true
ask
when
a
you
question.
find a fossil, you're digging up a static item, right? It's
Which I'm fine with, as far as, like, I'm fine with people believing stuff. I believe all kinds of wacky stuff, and, you know, everybody has things that they believe in that may not be supported by direct evidence, but the part that the part where I come in and I'm like, okay, we have to criticize something here, is when people are like, oh, well, let me debate about so-and-so, and then we're like, okay, well, you're putting out ideas about so-and-so, we're gonna have to cover that and criticize it if there's things to criticize.
static item. It's not changing itself. It's just an item that has anatomy, right? So your observation is a singular, particular thing called an animal fossil, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and then what would be the hypothesis if you're just finding an object?
I suppose it would be, what is this? How did it get there? I mean, we've got the Natural History Museum just down the road from me. I used to go there all the time as a kid. Founded by Richard Owen, who was just fascinated by dinosaur fossils that were found. It was like, what is this? How did it get here? And began the whole process. So trying to figure out what it is. Obviously, other questions like how did it die? What could have happened? And then from there, you build this is the same as forensic science, really.
Okay, so forensic science, if I find a body and I determine it's a human, I want to know how he died. That's not a question of whether or not animals change over time, right?
No, but you build from your observation to your hypothesis. It depends what your hypothesis is.
I'm trying to get to the hypothesis. The question, how did this animal die or this human die? Is it true that hypothesis has nothing to do with whether or not a Pachycetus turns into a whale?
Would you like to use that as your example? Because we could just roll with that if you want.
The question is, if I find a skeleton and it looks like they died and I want to figure out how they died, I could determine what the animal is, or I might not know what the animal is and I determine how it died.
Let's assume you don't know what the animal is.
Yeah, asking the question, how did this animal die? That's not a question that, if answered, could actually lead to the conclusion or come to the conclusion that animals change into other animals over time.
What does that have to do with anything? This is just annoying.
I'm right.
Yeah, but you've just jumped from observation to prediction and hypothesis. We're still on observation, aren't we?
No, we're at the hypothesis. If the observation is you pick up a fossil and you look at it, right? What's inside the evolutionary paradigm? What is the hypothesis when you find a fossil?
Yeah, well,
you don't just find one fossil. It's more like a series of them, and then you predict the next ones, and then you either confirm or deny the whole. Okay, I'll let them talk.
There's a huge amount you can tell just by observation. I think you're missing a very key point there, that observation isn't just a blank slate. That you can tell a huge amount by observation. You can tell a great deal depending on where it was, depending on the way it's laid out, depending on any genetic data. If it's something like a Neanderthal skeleton, for example, you can tell a huge amount by observation. I think you.
What's the hypothesis, Sam?
Sorry. So
the question wasn't not whether or not you can look at a fossil and go, wow, look at that. It looks like it may have been a bird or may have did this or that. I'm not asking about that. I'm trying to take evolution through the scientific method, which is one of my core contentions with it being called the scientific theory. So we got an observation. It's called a fossil. We dig it out of the ground and look at it. We observe it. What's the hypothesis?
So let's go with some specific.
There probably isn't one if it's just one fossil. If it's one fossil, there probably isn't one. There's not. You don't get like the theory of evolution from like, oh, you dig up a thing and now you know everything about, like, you've got a whole theory. That's not how that works. That's just not how that works. Oh, I am with the justs. He asked him when he's answering, he picked one part of the answer and asked a question about it. It's like deflecting, taking the argument, conversation on a hike.
Shall we? Let's go with Pachycetus because it's your favorite. Yeah, the hypothesis is, from what we can tell, this is an ancient marine animal, but it has a lot of features which are very, very different from marine animals today.
Okay, that's an observation still.
Yeah. Okay, so
trying to get past the observation here, Sam.
Okay, sorry, I thought we were on hypothesis already.
No, we didn't. That's one of my contentions is,
He literally just said, now we're on hypothesis. Is this some kind of like tactic for what, to confuse the other person? I don't understand what the point of this is. He literally just said, okay, now we're on hypothesis. And now he's like, no, we're not there yet. What? Chimbab is confusing token with type, a single whale versus a species of whale.
never get to the hypothesis. You just restate observations over and over again, which happens every time I debate this, which is this. You find an animal. You're calling this animal the Pakicetus. It's some sort of land animal, and you're trying to figure out, what it looks like and what it is. You're looking at anatomy. Now, what you're saying is you're observing, the new observation, it sounds like, is you're now observing similarities in phenotype and anatomy with existing things, or even some things that don't exist anymore that you've also found, right? So you're looking, the observation, correct me if I'm wrong now, is similarities between two things phenotypically, right?
Sure. It's not just that, though. It's really not. I think the thing is, Jim Bob, if you don't mind, because I want to be respectful, and I know you've done this a lot more than I have in terms of these discussions, there is a massive, massive body of literature in philosophy of biology that you don't seem to be aware of. Philosophy of biology exists. It's a flourishing discipline. And there's the work of Elliot Sober, Michael Roos, all these people on this. There's a huge amount that you don't seem to be aware of.
That's great. Tell me what they would say the hypothesis is then.
Okay. So there's actually another problem to fill in the gap, if you don't mind, because it's not just philosophy, and I don't want us to just get in philosophy. I want us to stick with science where we can.
I'm trying to get it through the scientific method here, but we're not talking about philosophy. We're talking about the hypothesis. So again, if I find a fossil and my observation is the fossil has similarities, phenotypical and anatomy is similar to something else today, I'm asking you, what's the hypothesis?
Okay, so it could be, let's say it's an ancient whale like Pakicetus. It could be this was a transitional fossil, perhaps, between mammals like hippos and whales. It could be that this was a shallow water creature. It could be because Pakicetus is from Pakistan, up in the mountains. That's very, very strange. Obviously, that's a very, very different time geologically to what it is today, because it's in mountains, which is why it was called Pakicetus. It could be that this is actually a deep water species that died very recently. I mean, a hypothesis is taking a little bit of data and moving to a point where you can get a lot more data. Can I give you another marine example from the University of Reading?
No, let's just go with the Pakicetus.
What do you know? Why does it like... This is something else that's incredibly annoying about these people, is they're always this guy over here on the right. You can't see him because I'm over the screen. This guy over here happens to be on the screen. They have this thing where they just have to be the ones that are like in control of the conversation. It's incredibly annoying, and it's so obvious and insecure and weird.
You find an animal, it has similarity in anatomy to other animals today, and the question I think you're trying to ask, I'm trying to help you here. The question I think
you're not helping, Jim Bob. You're trying to control the conversation. That's very obvious.
You're asking is what causes the similarities in anatomy?
No, that's your question, but I'm happy to roll with it.
Well, I'm trying to figure out a viable question, because asking what is it and just assuming it's a land animal or it might be a previous whale, that's actually not a hypothesis, because all you have is the observation of similarity.
He literally just gave you several examples of what a hypothesis might be, and you ignored all of them, and you said something completely random that he did not say. This is so incredibly annoying.
Similar thing. So just saying what is it actually doesn't get you to it's the beginning form of what we now see a whale to be. So I'm trying to figure out what is it you're observing that gives you a viable hypothesis, the introduction of the variable at which you can test whether or not your hypothesis is correct. For instance, let's move over to something more accessible. If I observe a phenomenon of someone being sick, the question, would it be fair to say the question?
Oh my God, is this going to be the scurvy thing again? If it's the scurvy thing again, I'm going to lose it.
Is what causes the phenomenon of
He has a thing about scurvy that he goes on about every time, and it's incredibly annoying as well. I'm starting to regret choosing this for tonight. This is so annoying. Rimjob doesn't want to understand. I just read that. I should have not read the first part. I have heard that I have heard that is his nickname. I've how to put this? This is not the first time that I have seen people call him that particular nickname. Only mentioned the icon veneration to demonstrate the epistemology of Shabab has no method to adhere with the burden of proof. Yeah, it seems like that's something that he expects from other people, but his thing can't be criticized. It's only he gets to ask questions for other people. He gets to ask other people questions, but he can't have his own thing criticized. Even though he has, it's not like, if he didn't really have a thing, like if he was kind of indifferent on creation, or if he didn't really like have a strong opinion one way or another on evolution, I would kind of understand, because it makes sense that if you don't have a definitive position on something, it makes sense that people can't come in and start like criticizing a position that you don't necessarily have if you're unsure. But that's not the case here. He does definitively hold a position that he's sure about, and he is telling other people like what the truth is, apparently. So it's weird that the other person can't criticize it, but Jim Bob gets to ask all the questions, of course. I might not be paying attention, but for the past 10 minutes I'm only hearing his voice. Yeah, he does seem to, like, it seems like every time this Sam guy tries to answer or sort of start talking, he gets cut off pretty much like immediately. Maybe that's why. If he was making sense, I'm sure he would have won the argument. Well, it's still early, we'll see, but it's unlikely. Although I think, like I was saying earlier, the Kent Hovind, I don't think he makes a ton of sense usually, but he won that argument because the other guy made less sense, which is possible here. Although I don't really see that happening in this one, but we'll find out. It's possible. Like I said, the Kent one, like Kent won that one. Like I don't know what else to say about it. He did. I don't agree with his positions, but he won because the other guy was just so bad, I guess. G-Bob, J. Dyer, and Wilson are extremely close friends. That seems to be true. I don't know about extremely, but they seem to all like share the same opinions. I don't know for how long that has been the case, but you should get me. Is that when they talk too much? Okay, that was not very. Okay, let me get back into this.
Them being sick?
Yeah, that'd be a very fair question.
Okay, and then the phenomenon of being sick would be a biological category, right? Like it would be like in the category of biology. What's happening to this biological body, right?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, and then if I took that through the scientific method, if I thought it was some type of leaf they ingested that made them sick, is it fair to say the hypothesis is, did this particular leaf, in contrast to all these other things that he may have eaten, is it fair to say that the question is this leaf the cause of this phenomenon? And from there, it makes sense that we could move into the experiment, introduce the leaf, maybe introduce something that's not that leaf, introduce some bananas, see what actually over time produces the phenomenon of them being sick. Now, the reason I bring that up is because that's very clear, and you could make your way through the scientific method, at the end of which you can develop a theory. This leaf, generally speaking, produces inductively, we look at induction and say over time, it seems to be the case that it produces this phenomenon. Maybe it's not with every person though. Maybe it's just with certain people. But when you find a fossil and you're trying to demonstrate that the fossil is a transitional fossil, that is to say, it's a snapshot of a movement away from itself, a movement towards what we call a whale today. I'm asking you for what the actual hypothesis is that you're going to, what are you going to introduce to demonstrate that the similarities in phenotype and anatomy is produced by the story, basically, that one thing used to be another thing? How would you actually go about the scientific method doing that?
Okay, great. There's a lot in that. I'd appreciate some time to
Sure,
get into it, because
absolutely.
that's a long question. And again, it's really not as hard as you think. I think we're overcomplicating things that are simple, and we're simplifying things that are complicated. So getting from observation to hypothesis is easy. Anyone can do that with anything. I could say my scientific hypothesis is that Elvis Presley did it. He put this fossil here. Going from observation to hypothesis is easy. I think what you really are drilling into is, does evolution actually do anything, or is it just stories and guessing? To which it really isn't. Getting from hypothesis to prediction and beyond, today is a completely new landscape, like I said. With Pakicetus and modern whales, you can examine ancient genes, like the genomics projects that are going on at the Sanger Center in Cambridge. You can do this, obviously, a lot more easily with things like microbes and plants, because you're not dealing with stuff on the macro level of something like a whale. But like I said, we've sequenced the genomes of all the whales now, as well as other creatures like hippos and things that we think would be share a lineage with something like Pakicetus. You can get a lot of data, but there's whole other things you could do. So University of Reading, we have phylogeny projects on ichthyosaurs. You familiar with an ichthyosaur?
No.
Oh, so they're swimming dinosaurs. They're dinosaurs. They were a bit dolphin-like.
Yeah.
You can with a huge amount. And I'm not an evolutionary biologist. I don't work on dinosaurs, but there are people on the teams with me who do. You can do a tremendous amount of statistical analysis and mathematical modeling. So even when you don't verify your claims, and we hold claims really loosely, we don't have our pet theories that we cling to. You're looking for data. You can rule out a tremendous amount.
Is this bird hands? Is he doing bird hands?
I think in general, the public does not understand what we can do.
It's not like exactly bird hands, because it's not, like, but it's close.
With molecular phylogeny and statistical analysis, you can do a lot of computational modeling. So with that, we've been able to put together the migration patterns of ichthyosaurs based on just a few skeletons. I mean, that's incredible with what you can do. And it's useful data. It makes predictions. So I'm afraid you're dead wrong on the whole thing of going from observation to hypothesis to prediction. You can get a lot of real world data with real world analysis because we got tools that we didn't have 10 years ago. Pakicetus is a decent example because of the genome sequencing of the whales recently. I think before then, you'd certainly have had a bigger point that there are a lot of problems there in terms of data gaps and accessibility. But that's changed since 2023. I think before then, you'd definitely have had a fair case on that, but it's a different world now. With microbes, you can map genes back a lot longer. Actually, do you want to talk about the vestibular system? Because that's a good example.
No, I wanted to try to make our way through. Well, I wanted to make our.
Well, what do you mean no? Because you started with the vestibular system, and he's like, hey, you were talking about this thing. Can we expand on that? And he's like, no. No, that's unacceptable. It's unacceptable to talk about the thing that I was just talking about 5 minutes ago. This is so cringe. Jim Bob Wilson believe no woman should have the right to vote, be a baby factory, no exaggeration. I have seen them say that, at least Wilson. I haven't seen Jim Bob as much, but they're in the same camp, so I haven't really seen them disagree on much at all. So I guess it's possible that there was something amiss because I don't really follow Jim Bob at all, and I'm way more into like the Kirk research lately. But from what I have seen previously, it does appear that they seem to agree on those sorts of things.
Our way through the scientific method. We're still only
Sure,
at
yeah.
observation now, so.
Well, you've got observation and a hypothesis. That's cheap and easy to get to. Hypothesis and prediction is a lot harder because I could just say my scientific hypothesis is that Elvis put this here, and,
Okay,
and then I have to make some predictions. That's the hard bit.
Hold on a second. We
Sure.
started with, we found an animal that we think was some type of land animal, and we look at anatomy and we look at something, maybe the shape of the skull or where things are, or, you know, where their limbs are, and we go, wow, I mean, in a weird sense, it kind of looks like a whale. Like a whale looks like a stretched out version of this thing. Okay, what's the hypothesis?
He literally listed like 3 or 4 possible hypotheses. Like, what? How long has it even been? 5 minutes? When you asked the first 5 times, like, he already answered this question. This is so
the hypothesis depends on the data you get from the observation, how it died, where it died, the circumstances, the location. Anatomical features is definitely a big part of it, but you can build a really big picture and say, my hypothesis is, for example, that this is part of the whale lineage.
Okay, your hypothesis is the whale, the fact that it's part of the whale lineage that causes the similarity between the two things.
Well, I'm not making any causative predictions yet. That would come up for prediction. My hypothesis is just that it's related to whales because of all
when
of
you say
those
related,
features.
when you say related, you're saying that your hypothesis is this animal I just found over 53 million years turned into a whale.
No,
That's not what he said.
well, that again is a stretch too far because a hypothesis isn't a claim. You're fully prepared for a hypothesis to be wrong, to be dead wrong,
Yeah.
barking up the wrong tree. My hypothesis is very, very tenuous. It's not a claim yet. It's not a story. It's not even a prediction.
What is the hypothesis when you find an anatomy in the ground that
He literally offered several, and you just got another one like 20 seconds ago.
is similar to another anatomy that's not in the ground, that's in the water? What's your hypothesis? 'Cause
He wasn't listening, just looking around when Sam was answering. That's a great point. Maybe he really wasn't even. Maybe he keeps repeating himself because he didn't even hear the other guy answer. Because this is really a case of like control the conversation, wait to talk, not really trying to understand the other person. He just like waits to talk again. That's a good point.
Because all your observation is so far is this anatomy looks kind of similar to this other anatomy. That's all you got so far.
That's not all you've got. You've got a lot more.
Get us
based
to the
on
hypothesis
various-
then.
Yeah, you've got a lot more data. I think I asked you in my presentation, what is it you think what do you
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, that's so rude. Hypothesize. I don't know if that's appropriate or not appropriate. That sounded like inappropriate. I meant accurate. Appropriate. Hypothesize, that's inappropriate. Get that out of here. I can't look at it. I meant accurate. I think hypotheses probably is. I don't know for a fact. It's just hypothesize seems kind of wrong. I don't know. I think hypotheses is probably. You know what? I'll just look it up. Plural of hypotheses. Oh, I spelled it wrong. I already did plural. I was like, what's the plural of hypotheses? But that is the plural. And I was like, hypotheses is already plural. Singular is hypotheses. So I answered my question by putting it in wrong. What's the plural of the plural version of the question? Or of the word? Oh, man. Does he think hypotheses means dogma, but for scientists? It does kind of read that way, doesn't it? He's like unhappy with all the answers he's getting, but the answers he's getting are plausible answers. Like, those are good examples of what a hypothesis might be. He's expecting like a full, like, oh, well, this is because this, and like a full-on write-up of exactly what they think happened, like a full-on like final theory. that yeah, I mean, your description is the dogma, but for scientists, that probably is pretty spot on. of what I'm trying to describe here. Hypothesis. Hypothesis. I kind of like that. Hypothesis. Like it's sus, but it's hypothesis. Okay, this is getting out of control.
I think evolutionary biologists do. They're not just looking at fossils and guessing.
We're
You've
not
got a
talking
lot
about what they do, whether it's a myopic study in the lab or not, or a grand study of a variety of animals on net balance. We're not talking about that. We're trying first and foremost to pull evolution, the theory, because the theory, an evolutionary theory, a scientific theory, is at the tail end of the scientific method. One of my key contentions about evolution is it's called a theory, but we're witnessing live right now that my opponent right now cannot get past the observation.
No, that's not true at all.
What? You're asking him for a hypothesis? Hypothesis? You're asking him for a hypothesis, but he has given you multiple hypotheses by now, and every single time you keep asking, give me an example of a hypothesis, and he keeps giving you some, and he keeps giving you more every time you ask, and you're just ignoring him and asking him the same question again. This is so stupid. I'm like beyond how stupid this is. Oh yes, like the stream. Thank you, Streamlabs. Jimbab wants to get a W on an internal critique. Sorry, I have to say it that way. That's like a baseball game in which Jimbab is always pitcher. Word. Hypothesis would definitely be inappropriate. Yeah, it's bad. He does appear to be bad faith.
Sorry, I want to be respectful, but I think you're really
If you would at least even try to carry on a conversation properly, like listen to the other person's response and continue the conversation instead of getting stuck like this and like ignoring what the other guy is saying and just repeating himself and demanding, like, is he not happy with the answers he's getting because those don't align with his whole shtick? Like, I mean, that must be it. Why else would he keep asking the same question and expecting what like an answer that fits his whole shtick better? I don't even know what this is. This is so weird.
struggling with the scientific method here.
Yeah.
I'm not sure you know what it is.
Really, observation, right?
Yeah.
Hypothesis. You
Yes.
test the hypothesis with an experiment. You repeat it.
Then why do you keep asking him for an example hypothesis, then keep ignoring him? And then now you're saying he want observation. And then earlier you were saying, oh no, I want hypothesis. And then you were saying, no, I want this other thing. You keep asking him for different random steps in the process. When you get the answer, you ask for a different thing or the same thing again. Like, this is so stupid. Like, I honestly thought this would be higher IQ than this. Nuggy Doctor says Jimbab is an idiot. I don't know if he really is like an idiot. I think that some things he says are good questions, but this is not one of those times. Like, this is a bad example of good questions. There are questions that he has that I think are legitimate questions, but this is not one of them. This is not one of those times. He's asking for hypotheses, thinking it means getting straight up tested, proven facts. Watching science deniers in this age makes me sick. I don't really align with that, but it's okay that you have that opinion. I don't know if I want to go on a whole shtick about that, but I don't really... Yeah, that's gonna be like a whole thing. I'll just say that I don't exactly agree with the sentiment, but in this particular case, he's just being a dick, so... Or he is just dumb or bad faith. I think maybe a little bit of both. Again, sometimes he asks good questions, but this is not one of those times. Precept bros are projecting their belief everyone is dogmatic as them about life, but they think they're better because they aren't in denial about it. Jim was shadowboxing, a strawman of scientism. That is also pretty spot on. I don't know, you keep putting these things in like really good terms that I don't really... I don't really have anything to add. Like, that's already like a full, complete thought. I don't disagree. He's making anti-evolutionists look bad. That is true. I think Kent did a much better job, not only because he won in that debate, but I think he was at least trying to have a conversation. like the debate that I was talking about earlier, kind of this one that we summed up in the beginning. Kent was at least trying to have a conversation. He was listening to what the other guy was saying, and he was responding appropriately. I think that's the bare minimum you have to. That's like the bare minimum that you can ask for, and bare minimum you have to give in a debate is listen to what the other person is saying and respond appropriately. That is the bare minimum of having a conversation at all. Forget debate, like just conversation in general. That is what conversations are. So he's not even doing that. Like this is so crazy. Yeah, we go back to talking about cakes. Maybe later. Trust me, I spent too much time in these spaces. Oh, you seem pretty spot on about stuff, so.
Repeat it until you can craft a narrative inductively about the likely cause of the phenomenon you observe by way of introducing what you think is the cause and then removing all things that might not be the cause. Now, a scientific theory could actually be a null. You could actually demonstrate that what you thought was causing it wasn't actually causing it. And that's just as valuable in science. The scientific...
I don't think he disagrees with that. Why are you like teaching? This is... He's like trying to teach a scientist how to science.
Theory takes an observation, it moves it into a hypothesis, a guess about what's going on, what's causing the phenomenon.
You know, at first, in the beginning, when this Sam guy was doing his presentation, I thought it was kind of irrelevant what his job was and what all these, like, all the other scientists that he knows and all the projects he's done. I thought that was kind of irrelevant because, like, okay, well, who cares? Get to the point. And I still think that those things are irrelevant and they were kind of like humble bragging. But I think for Jim Bob specifically, I think those, oops, I meant to hit you. I think those things might have been important to cover because he's trying to explain science to a scientist. Like, this is literally his job, is to do science. And he's trying to, like, say that he doesn't know, like, he's trying to teach this guy science when his credentials seem to prove that he at least knows how science is supposed to be done. So this, again, at first I thought it was super relevant and cringe, but I think for Jim Bob's case, it might have been a good thing to cover, because if his whole shtick is like, oh, well, you don't know science, you don't know how science works, let me teach you how science is supposed to work, or how the scientific method is supposed to work, etc., then it makes sense to be like, hey, by the way, I'm a scientist, I know how this works, is kind of a legit thing to cover. But I don't think Jim Bob listened at all to the intro, because he's trying to teach science to a scientist. This is so crazy. I don't think he listened to it either. Like, I know we skipped through like some of the end of it, but I don't think he listened to any of it. Because why else would you try to explain the scientific method to a scientist? But let him try, I guess. Jim Bob was embarrassed during an impromptu evolution debate against Professor Dave. I think I remember seeing that they had like a back and forth, but I don't think I saw that actual conversation where they were actually talking to each other. Actually, he's mansplaining science. Science-splaining. Talking himself into embarrassment right now. That seems to be valid too.
And then you have to introduce what you think is causing the phenomenon through an experiment so that you can develop a scientific theory about the causation that you're actually assuming. Now, it's inductive, so it's only likelihood anyway, right? I'm demonstrating that you looking at anatomy and going, similar thing to this other thing. Pakicetus type of thing looks like a crunched, if you stretched it out, it kind of looks like a whale. Interesting. What if that thing was the long distant ancestor to the whale and it like changed over time and became this thing called...
That's not what the other guy said. You said that. You were asking him for hypotheses. He gave you some options. You weren't happy with those options. You gave this alternate hypotheses, what you think is one. The scientist person explained why that's not a hypothesis. And you're still coming back with, well, let me go over how we just had this conversation and we all agreed how this is a hypothesis. Like, that's not what happened. He said that's not a valid hypothesis, and he didn't say that. He's just like, he has his own version of what happened, and he's just running with it. But we saw what happened. Like, we were sitting here watching this conversation, and that's not how that went at all. This is like delusional shit. All Sam has to do is let him talk. I don't know if that's gonna work. I mean, even if he does just talk the whole time and embarrasses himself, I don't think he will. I don't think Jim Bob will accept that this was embarrassing for him. I think he'll just sit there thinking, "Oh yeah, I totally owned that guy. I totally won that debate." He's not. He's not gonna realize that this is embarrassing. I don't think he will. I think he's just gonna be like, "Oh yeah, I owned him. I taught that scientist how to do science." They can he acts on the idea that they can explain the why behind science better than the scientists can. Yeah, the whole like science-splaining to a scientist is weird. They talked about penises and why it's a stupid point against evolution. Did they really in this conversation, like in this actual debate, or was it the Dave one? Because I know he has done other debates where he talked about penises too. But oh no, I think you mean the Dave one. Okay. Yeah, because there was another one that he did where it wasn't like an impromptu one, it was like a scheduled debate that he did with somebody. And I was just talking about that earlier where he was just talking about penises the whole time.
The whale. It seems like that's what you're positing right now.
Sure.
Right.
Give me a minute
Again,
to
that's not what he's positing.
walk through this, to walk through the method for you, and I hope it will answer your question. Otherwise, feel free to press again, because there are a number of things you said there which got confused.
Bird hands.
Hypothesis, prediction, and experiment. You were putting things in the wrong place, and I say this with respectfully. I'm not knocking you for it.
What specific? I want to know, where did I put?
Yeah.
What did I put in the wrong place?
So when you went back to mentioning theory, when you were talking about jumping to experiment, you started referencing things that would be part of the hypothesis, and when you were talking about the observation, you were referencing things that would fit in prediction. It's easily done. I do it all the time. But anyway, your observation requires hopefully gathering a lot of data. With Pakicetus, there's a decent amount of data, so it's a good example. Hypothesis is cheap. It's dead easy to get to hypothesis. You can make any hypothesis you want. Prediction, it needs to be something that's viable. You need to be able to make a prediction. Like, let's say, observation, I found my Pakicetus, where I found it, when I found it, the surrounding circumstances, the anatomy, the features, any molecular data I can get, and any surrounding features, any neighboring fossils, for example. The Pakistan mountains are quite a rich source for all kinds of stuff, actually. Then you get to your hypothesis, which is, let's just say, it's part of the whale lineage. Prediction, now I need to make a prediction. It should fit here in the whale.
Let's go with that. Yeah, it's part of the whale lineage.
Can you let me run
He's not gonna let him talk, is he?
through the rest of the scientific method? Sure.
Yeah.
It'll only take a second.
Okay.
Prediction, it should fit in the whale lineage here because of these features, let's say. Experiment and test, that's the thing that people always crunch on with evolution, that there's no experiment or test. But like I said, now that we have genome sequencing, that's very straightforward. You've got a lot you can do there. And then your results, they should be able to tell you something about the molecular phylogeny. And when it comes to Pakicetus, while we don't have the Pakicetus genome, we do have a ton of ancient genomes and modern ones that would allow you to classify it a lot better. And then you revise your thesis. So one thing about Pakicetus that I don't think you realize, if it was a wolf/whale featurette, even if you put the highest level of gestation, let's say 4 years of impregnation, gestation, and birth before even the slowest wolf-like creature could have biological.
It's not wolf. It's not wolf-like. It's wolf size. It's more cow-like.
Okay. Well, even better.
Know your dogma.
Sure. Even if you put it to the slowest level of gestation, the time difference, which you think is quite small, that's enough for over 3 million generations. 3 million generations.
Do you want to talk about time? I mean, I'm fine abandoning the. I think I've done a fair job demonstrating you can't actually take evolution through the science.
No, you haven't. What do you mean? What do you mean? What? You've done a fair job of nothing. Oh man, to be that freaking delusional, this is crazy. I did not expect this to be like this insane.
Scientific method. So
sorry, let me catch up on chat here for a minute. McKee has a PhD in philosophy. Jim Bob tried to outsmart him with the philosophical approach. Oh, is that Dave's last name? The Dave guy. Doesn't Jim Bob sound like Ben Shapiro? At 1.5 speed, he kind of does, because I do have it sped up to 1.5. So, at 1.5 speeds, he kind of does, doesn't he? I think if we dropped it back to like one times speed, I think he would not so much. I think he's on 1.5. Bird hands. Ben's factory setting is 1.5. That's legit.
So we can move on to time.
No, I
you know-
don't want to concede that. I don't want to concede
well,
that because
if you want to stay on the scientific method then, because all I got from you so far is the closest thing I got from you is
He was trying to explain it. Just
hypothesis is the thing you found, in this case the Pakicetus, is of the lineage of the whale.
Maybe we could spend another 5-10 minutes on this and then go to another topic.
Is it true
Okay.
that your hypothesis is that the thing you found in the ground as a singular object, because of anatomy similarities to the existing whale, you're saying that this is a part of the whale lineage?
Sorry, I didn't catch that. I was looking at my slides. Do you want to say that again? Sorry.
Yeah. So when you pick up this thing, what is to be the Pakicetus, you look at the anatomy. It's similar to a whale in some ways, different in some ways, and your hypothesis is this is part of the whale lineage.
Jim Bob, the Pakicetus has been shown through molecular phylogeny to belong to this lineage. I don't know how you keep.
That's begging the question, man.
It's not. It's data.
It literally
Data
is the thing
data.
you're trying to prove.
No, yeah, but it took what, 50 years?
You're
50
trying to
years.
prove the
It's
thing.
proven
You're just asserting
now.
it. No,
It's proven
that's what we're
now.
trying to. No, Sam, you're trying to argue that. Look, if it's proven, you can bring it through the scientific method. Now, again,
We
you
did bring
observe-
it through the scientific
no,
method.
Let's
though.
do it right now.
Yeah.
Watch.
So yeah,
No, Sam, stop for a
Sure.
second. Stop.
Sure, go ahead.
You find an animal in the ground, and its skull and its body, it has some resemblance, phenotypically resembles a whale, but not entirely. Kind of like there's some similar things there. You're saying their question is this of the whale lineage? First, don't just say it is. That's the question. Is it of the whale lineage? That is to say, did this land animal
okay, Jimbo, we get it. Move on.
eventually move into the water gradually and reorganize its body plan in 50 million years to become the whale that it is today? That's the hunch, right? That's
Yeah.
what you're trying to prove. Now, how are you going to take that hunch? You're only at step 2 now. The Pakicetus is of the whale lineage. How do you take that through the scientific method and demonstrate that?
He just did that. I don't think he really was listening. I don't, because that's what the Sam guy just did. He literally just did that. Oh wait, McKee is his last name. I just saw it on the screen. I was like, oh, who's McKee? Is that Dave? Sorry, because in chat there was some conversation about the Dave debate, but sorry, this one. The McKee has a PhD in philosophy. This one, because I did not realize his last name was McKee, even though it says so right there on the screen. I apologize. Okay. I was like, oh, Dave. This is Dave. I didn't know that. So dumb of me. Let Sam talk. Baba is allergic to nuance, any explanation, and he goes, see, folks, he can't explain it. Word. The Dave one. All right.
No, I think you're on step 3. You're on prediction. That's a prediction.
Yeah.
You should be able to do it. It's not just a hypothesis. Hypothesis is cheap. Prediction is costly.
How do you move
Oh,
away from
okay.
the hypothesis that this thing you
Oh, the talking about penises one. Okay, I see what you mean. Okay.
found is of the whale lineage? How do you move to the next step of the scientific method?
Well, so if we're at prediction, I can make a lot of different predictions about other fossils. I can make predictions about molecular phylogeny. I can make predictions about species that are alive today that I can do investigations, genetic ones of, and anatomical ones to begin to trace a path. I can make geological predictions about Pakistan and the mountains and the world back then. I can do computational modeling and mathematical modeling like they do at the University of Reading and get a huge amount of data. Then we've moved into our experiment and our test. I can do that stuff.
What's the test?
And then I get results.
Yeah,
so,
what's the test?
so you can do all of those things. You can
So
run.
pick one thing
Sure,
that's going to
yeah.
get you to the conclusion at the end of the scientific method, which is your scientific theory.
Well, I don't think you pick one. I think you have a bunch of these predictions. And then if all of them turn out to be that the way that you expect them, then maybe at the end you do have a theory after you've done through it. Because he expects like, oh, well, pick like one thing, and then after you have this one prediction, you can test that one, and then you can then have a theory at the end of it. Like that's not how it works. He literally just said you have to have a bunch of different predictions, and then you go and test each one. So he's like, oh, well, pick one, and okay, I mean, you can pick one as an example and go through it, but you got to understand that you don't just pick one. You have to pick a bunch of them. Otherwise, you don't really, like, you can't really have a conclusion for something that's this big. This conversation makes me want to go 69 miles per hour towards the wall. Actually, using machine language classification models, we could... Oh, sorry. Actually, using machine... I gotta say that actually in a weird way sometimes. I used to do it every single time I said the word, but I've stopped doing it so much now, but I still have to do it once in a while. Using machine language classification models, we could predict to which known family the fossil belongs to. Tried telling Jim Bob that.
Yeah.
We'll do it again.
He's still stuck at the, you found some fossils, some bones in a ditch, and then you gotta give me the scientific method, even though he's gone through it several times already.
Observation, you find a fossil. The fossil anatomy looks like a whale in some ways, but doesn't look like a whale in a lot of other ways. Your hunch is that this thing that you found is the ancient ancestor, the predecessor of the whale, and it became the whale through random mutation. This process that eventually re-schemed the body plans, and now you see the whale today, and it came from this animal. What's a single thing that you can use as a variable that you could test that kind of hunch?
It doesn't have to be a what is this single thing? What is this bird hand single thing situation going on? Because it's not a single thing. There's several different things, and then you test, and then if all of those things combined add up to something, then you have something. This isn't like a single thing type of situation.
How are you going to test that hunch? One thing, just one.
Okay, I'll pick one, but there's tons, like I said.
Right.
But I'll go with genomics. I'll go with gene sequencing. That's what we did in 2023.
Do you have access to the genes of the Pakicetus?
You don't have access to the genes of the Pakicetus. But
Okay, how do you do genomics then if you can't study the Pakicetus genes?
He was literally trying to answer the question. He literally said, but something, 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 and you got... he had to interrupt Sam. He was like, oh, but how are you going to do it? He was literally in the middle of trying to answer the question but no, he has to butt in there and try to control the conversation and be like, oh, well, I'm driving. I'm in control here. I'm asking questions around here. This is so cringe. Actually, okay, is what Sam says going over Bob's head, or is he just being a dickhead? I think both. Probably both. He's forcing Sam to pick one, but then he makes a straw man argument saying you make guesses. You make guesses by just looking at the fossil. Yep.
Because if you believe that it led to whales, you look at whales now, and you look at what's ancient, you look at what's old. You can date genes.
How do you study the similarities of genes between a whale and something you don't have access to the genes of?
You do evolutionary genomics.
How do you study the genes of an object you don't have the genes to?
I would love for you to look up what they do at the Sanger for this, because this is a massive discipline. This is what the Tree of Life Project is doing
Then
right
you
now.
can answer the question. How can you study? Listen to my question.
Do you want like a full explanation, which would probably be like a full-on college-level course on how exactly this is done? Because that's like a full college-level course probably on how exactly this thing is done that people do. Do you want like... He's trying to say this method exists, but Jimbub wants what, like a play-by-play exactly of how people do this day to day to day, starting with what the whole process is with, I pick up my pen, I write down something, I pick up test tube, which probably isn't relevant here, but I type in Word. I see stuff on screen. What level of detail is he looking for here?
Sam, how can you study the genes of an object that's a fossil that you don't have the genes, the access to the genes?
Because if you believe it's related to something today, you can
believe it. That's how you study it. You believe it.
Well, you can be wrong. You can prove that you're wrong.
How do you know you're wrong if you don't have access to the genes?
Because you do have access to genes of what you believe their ancestors are today.
So you believe
very
it.
quickly rule
Right.
out.
I got it.
But you can rule it out. You can rule it out. It's falsifiable.
It's not falsifiable.
It
You know
is.
what's falsifiable?
This is so annoying. I don't know if I'm going to be able to watch this whole thing. Okay, we're definitely not watching this whole thing. This is just incredibly annoying.
No, it's not.
It's
How do you know?
falsifiable.
Sam, the thing that's alive today that you're studying the genes of, how do you know studying those genes gives you any relevance or association to the genes of something you don't have access to the genes of? How would you do that?
Because genes are ancient. Some genes are more ancient than others.
How do you study ancient? How do you study?
If you just would let him finish a freaking sentence, maybe he would tell us. I don't know. We don't know because you don't let him finish a freaking sentence. Free speech shouldn't protect science denying morons like this. I disagree. But I can see how it's annoying. I do disagree. I disagree with that statement, but I do understand how this is incredibly annoying. Jimbub is what is that? A germ or something to academia. It looks like a representation of a virus or something. No, a virus would be mostly like pointy. That one's more of a bacteria. Let Sam talk. Maybe he means virus. Yeah, I think viruses are usually like more boxy, like they're usually like and pointy in representations. That one kind of looks like when the whole COVID was going around. It kind of looks like those little emojis that people were sending. Bacteria to academia. Oh, that kind of rhymes. I like that.
a gene that you don't have access to ancient genes. You have access to present genes.
But you do have access to present genes that are ancient. Do you understand?
That's a contradiction.
No, it's not. This is literally what we do at the
How
same.
can a present is a gene of physical?
This was done in
Sam,
COVID.
Sam,
Sorry,
is a gene a physical object in the world?
Yeah, it is. It's
Okay,
a
can you
pattern
tell
of
me,
nucleotides.
Sam?
Yeah.
Can you tell me how one particular strand of nucleotides is also both present and ancient at the same time?
Because you can assess conservation through molecular clock, mutation rates, and conservation with other organisms and other proteins. So I do this with DNA repair proteins, Bob. Sorry, Jim Bob. I do this with human mut S alpha compared to E. coli mut S, and that we know that they're very, very ancient because they're highly, highly conserved. And
By
also
ancient, ancient, you mean then you're not actually studying. You're studying the assumption that these genes must necessarily have an ancient lineage, right?
Yes, that's your prediction.
Hold on, that's just one question. Sorry,
go ahead. Yeah.
That assumption is literally the thing you're trying to prove.
Or disprove. I can be wrong about it. That's the thing. You are treating this like a dogma and a claim and a story,
Sam,
but it's not. It's hard science.
Sam,
Yeah.
I didn't use. Honestly, I'm glad that you picked up on that. It is a dogma and a story, because here's the.
He's disagreeing with you. He didn't pick up on that. It is. This is. Did I say this was annoying? How many times have I said this is annoying? This is so going to be annoying. I'm sorry, I keep repeating myself. It was just like, how can you? I didn't think it was possible to be like this obtuse. Down with the sickness. That's a good song. Reminded me of that rap video from Vietnam or whatever. I haven't heard that. I don't know what that is. I'm confused again. If you know, you know. I don't know. I don't know and I'm upset. I want to know. Actually, no, I'm okay with not knowing. Sam is very calm in the face of Jim's hostility. Yeah. He does seem to be. I think this is why I wouldn't say that Jim Bob is winning this, because even though I did say that Kent won the other one, and that it's like, again, it's possible for somebody to win a debate even if I disagree with him. But this is very obviously not going in Jim Bob's favor because he keeps being bad faith. If he would just have the conversation, and if his point was a really good point, he would be able to carry on a proper conversation and maybe answer some questions too, and maybe let the other guy talk. The fact that he can't even let the other guy finish a sentence just shows that he's not as confident about his claim, even though he tries to play it off as like this conversation alpha in control thing, but it just looks so insecure. And maybe that's why the other guy is like letting him do this, because he sees how like bad this looks for Jim Bob. Because it looks terrible for Jim Bob. Maybe that's why he's just like, because the way he's acting, like you can tell that he doesn't have. Hey, Definite, is this annoying? This is very annoying. This is super annoying. Bob is manifesting. His winning strategy is to ask a question again and again without letting Sam answer anything. Yep. That is, I wouldn't say, I mean, he thinks it's a winning strategy. I don't think that, obviously, maybe, you don't think that's winning either, but it does, it looks very bad for him. It looks like he is losing and he's like out of control, and he's like, he can't let the other guy talk because if he says too much, then like Jim Bob is going to lose and he's scared of losing. Like that's how this comes across. But I'm sure he thinks it's a winning strategy. He's debating for his audience, giving lots of see how dogmatized he is, folks type callouts. That is a good point too, because he's got his own audience that basically agrees with everything, and it's more of a, oh, you go tell him, Jim Bob. That's a good point too. I didn't think about that. I can share the vid right now. Oh, with the Vietnam rep thing or whatever that was. You can post it in Discord if you want. I'll look at it later. I don't know if everyone has the Discord yet. I don't know if this button works anymore, but there is a Discord. Oh, it does work now. It was broken before, but I don't know why I did it twice. I hope that link is the link that is the newest one. I've changed it a few times. I might have to update that if it doesn't work. All right. let's carry on. See if we can get
This
through
thing. Here's where we
this.
got, guys. We started from observing a singular, particular animal that was preserved in the ground. We call that a fossil. We look at it. It's similar in anatomy to something else we have access to called a whale. He says, my hunch is that this thing we found is of the lineage of this other thing. His evidence that it's of the lineage.
You were asking for a hypothesis. He's just like assigning all of these things to Sam, even though that's basically all that Jim Bob said himself. He says, well, no, you said these things. These are things that you said.
Is that he studies the whale's genome and assumes that it shares a genome with a past thing he doesn't have the genetics to. That's literally just restating the claim.
He literally was trying to explain to you how it could be falsified, but you didn't let him talk. But listen, guys, that's a good point that he's talking to his own audience, because that goes with the, oh, listen, guys. I mean, the guys has to be his own audience. Who else is, listen, guys, that's gonna look at this and be like, oh, yeah, Jim Bob really has it all together. This is so gross. Doo-doo-doo. He's a young Earth creationist. The only angle he could have used is an all-powerful God capable of creating 4.6 billion years of empirical aging in 5 days, then make humanity on the 6th. Oh yeah, something I've heard people say that are young Earth creationists is that stuff that looks old on purpose, because it's God wants to like test you to see if you believe in it, and then you can get like tricked, and then it's like a Satan thing in some way. I forgot exactly how they phrase it, but it's something like, oh, well, this stuff just looks old to trick you and see if you really believe in God, because if you really believe in God, then all this stuff you ignore all the evidence against it, or something like that. Oh, cool. Yeah, hopefully that link works. If not, I'll paste another one later. Let me know if it doesn't work. There's a landing room, and then you just say hello or something. I'll add you to the rest of the server to prevent the spammy bots and stuff. How is Alt Kent doing, good guy? We just talked about him earlier in the show. Jim was desperately reframing the debate.
That this thing is of the lineage of this thing. How do you know? Well, I just study the whale and assume that it's of this lineage by studying the genes of the whale and assuming into the past that's something I don't have access to, which is the genes of the thing in question, the Pakicetus, okay? That's question begging, Sam.
No, because there's two other things I said which you didn't pick up. One is that this is just one method of filling in data, just one method. If you find a dead body and do forensic science, you don't just use one method of looking at it. Secondly, is we can rule a huge amount of data out. We can. We can find out a huge amount of information. What do you think the Tree of Life Project is? What do you think the Earth Biodiversity Project is?
I don't care what the project is. I want science.
Okay. I don't have any words left. Bob's audience will eat this up. I think they get... I can't read that. That's gross, but probably true. Jim Bob owned this clown. Okay, bro. Sure, he's owning him so hard right now. This is like, wow, Jim Bob is really... He's really got it all together. He's really telling the scientist how to science. I'm sorry. Tricky adversary. Must have missed something. Reexamination says, young Earth creationists here. I don't believe it's some test. I believe secularists assume naturalism to assign age. Do you also comment on atheist versus theist debates? Not really. I guess I could. I just don't really. If it's, I think if it's like sciencey related, I do, because it's like, oh, evolution is kind of interesting, and this is. It's incredibly annoying, but it's also kind of funny with how annoying it is. But as far as like theism versus atheism, I don't really mind if people believe in a religion. It's cool if you do. I just don't think that it should be A, forced upon other people, or B, basically treated as like, oh, well, your beliefs are stupid because God did X, Y, and Z. Like, if it's that sort of conversation, I might comment on it, but I don't know, probably not. But if it's just like, oh, well, is God real? I wouldn't comment on that because I don't know. And it's like, maybe if it's really interesting in a way that like it's a unique debate where they have some like really unique arguments, or like something else about the debate is really interesting or funny or entertaining or whatever, maybe I would. But I don't really have a position on this either, so that's not a good reason. I don't know. I just find it. I don't want to be like rude and make fun of people's religion, I guess, but this isn't. If it's something like, oh, well, let's discuss something that's a science aspect, and it just so happens that the opposite of that particular position is something that a lot of particular religious people hold, that's kind of related, but it's not like making fun of their religion specifically. It's not like, oh, haha, you believe in God, you know? But if it's like, oh, well, this person is saying a bunch of stuff, and it's like, oh, haha, I'm right, and you're so stupid and wrong, and they're being incredibly annoying about it, then yeah, I'll probably call it out. But if it's like, oh, well, God is real because X, Y, and Z, and the Bible says so, which is usually the case, or is like, oh, no, God isn't real, and the Bible says X, Y, and Z actually, and, you know, then probably not. No. I hope that helps. I hope it was sort of, I know it's kind of roundabout, but that kind of sums it up. Let me know if you want me to explain that in more detail, but I don't know, it's more of a, I don't want to make fun of people's beliefs, but I also do if it's something like, if it's not like a personal thing and people are like, oh, I personally believe in this thing for whatever reason, I think it's cool. But if they're like, oh, I personally believe that, you know, evolution is stupid and let me tell you why, and it's not like, I don't know, you know, now that I think about it, it's not really that different because I also don't really have a strong opinion on evolution one way or another. I tend to lean like pro-evolution, but I don't really like if somebody if somebody says something like, oh, well, there's certain specific aspects of it that don't make sense, or for this particular animal or for this particular bacteria, like this doesn't align properly, or there's some evidence here that points in the opposite direction, I'm open to that. So I'm not like hardline like pro evolution and everything else is stupid. I think that there are problems with it that we could explore. But I don't know, it's more of, I guess it depends on the attitude mostly of the people involved. And if they're just like, oh, I have a personal belief and I'm not gonna push it on anybody, and I just happen to believe it, I don't want to make fun of them for it. Or if they're like, oh, like, I'm right and you're wrong and you're stupid for X, Y, and Z, and look how stupid he is for doing like science. He thinks he's a scientist. Like, it's more about attitude, I guess. Isn't that one of Owen Benjamin's cult members? Oh, Jim Bob. Yeah, apparently, I think somebody told me a while back that they were. Oh, and there was a debate that they did a while back where Jim Bob was like part of the Owen Benjamin situation, and then they broke up, I guess. And then they had that debate because I think we did cover that debate where they had Jim Bob versus that Owen Benjamin guy on whether the Trinity. That was a religious debate that we did cover because of the drama surrounding it. So there's an example, I guess. And it was a debate on whether the Trinity was like, is the Trinity legit or not, I guess. And that was one that we did cover that was religious, but that was because of the drama around it that was happening. And we were like, well, why did this debate specifically, why did they get so upset about it that they started fighting each other publicly? And that was the debate that caused it all, I guess. It went kind of insane. I think there was some blackmail possibly involved. I don't remember at this point. It was a while ago. This is funny. I didn't get any new ideas, but I did figure out this Bob is stupid and likes to hear him. So, I hope to not find out for a long time. I like Jesus. Seems like a good guy. Okay. Why mask? This is a really small channel, and it's not really worth like, I guess, putting my privacy at risk for something that's this small. If it grows to something that might have a good chance of becoming something where I won't have to worry so much about my job, then I won't be wearing anymore. I don't really like it. It's uncomfortable and it sucks, but it's the best thing that I can come up with that's sort of a middle ground between you can see my eyes and know I'm a real person. And I think a lot of what we say can be pretty much conveyed with eyes, and you can tell if people are like being honest, I guess, by looking at their eyes usually. So that's kind of the middle ground of like still keeping mostly privacy while still letting you know I'm a real person. I'm not like AI or whatever. Same as an Anglican, they believe in the branch theory in which every Christian denomination is a branch of the whole tree. Okay. I mean, he is British, so I thought Anglicans were mostly like I didn't know that they were really serious about their religion. At least that's the impression I got, is like Anglicans were more like a networking thing. Like they go to church to kind of like hang out and network. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but that's kind of the impression I got. Show your face, coward! Roar. Okay, bro. The thing about God isn't the thing about God is it's the Word, and the Word is God. The thing about God is real is it's true. Okay. I'm gonna skip a little bit for the sake of time. The eyes are windows to the soul. I have heard that. That is a thing that I have heard people say. I think there's something to it.
This is the biggest project ever
I don't care
undertaken
how big
in
a project
history.
is. I wanted the science.
You're talking over 50 countries and billions of dollars. Are
I
doing
don't
this
care.
science
I don't
right
care
now.
how much money spent. I want it to be taken through the
that's-
scientific method, and you can't do that.
well,
Maybe you can
you
select.
s-
Maybe
yeah,
you can
you said
nominate
it,
someone
not
from
me.
the. No,
Yeah.
maybe you can nominate someone
it's
next
like-
from that big coalition that has billions of dollars to come to me and debate me again and say, oh no, I could actually take you through the scientific method because Sam McKee cannot.
Jim Bob, there is
He tried to.
one of us who's dogmatic, and it's not me. And there's one of us making claims, and it's not me.
What claim did I make?
You said you don't care, and that's pretty obvious to everybody. You don't care about the science.
I
or
want you
the
to take me
answer.
through the scientific method, Sam.
I've done it plenty of times.
You
and
didn't
you're
even
not
get past.
hearing
You
me.
didn't even get past section 2.
No, I went all the way to revision, but you're not listening to me. You're looking
Okay.
at things you can hammer away.
Okay, cool. Let's go to the categories then. Is it true that the Pakicetus is not identical to the whale?
Yeah.
Is it true that you believe that the Pakicetus through genetic mutation and other things produced actually the whale that we see today?
Yeah, I would put it down to random mutation plus
Okay.
selection, pressure, and environment.
Can you tell me how you would determine how many different types of animals, being that the Pakicetus is not identical to the whale? Isn't it true that in between the Pakicetus and the whale, there would necessarily be additional categories of animals that aren't identical to the Pakicetus and aren't identical to the whale?
Yeah, there may be, but I don't know the answer.
No,
to that. That's a gap in me.
necessarily. It has to be the case that if the Pakicetus is different than the whale,
Yeah.
then in between, you need additional categories of animals that are not the Pakicetus and not the whale, right?
Yes, you would.
How would you determine how many different categories of animals?
That's a stupid question. What do you mean, how many different categories? Categories are basically how we describe things. You could count things in different ways. It depends on how you group them. It depends on how granular you get as far as grouping things. If you group things by, say, like 5 different characteristics, just to simplify it, if you group things based on 5 different characteristics, that's one way of grouping things. Or if you group things based on 12, you might have more detail. You could be more granular with it. So you could have maybe 10 different things as far as categories between item 1 and item 2, or you could have, I don't know, 500. It depends on how granular you get with what you mean by a thing. So that's a nonsensical question. Please consider reviewing Jordan Peterson versus 20 Atheists. I could. Is this a Jubilee thing? Because they're very serious about copyright. So if this is a Jubilee thing, we can maybe try, but they get very upset when people react to their stuff. What claim did I make, bro? You don't have to make fun, just be more like what you do now. Okay. I can try if it's not like a Jubilee thing. Maybe even if it is a Jubilee thing, we can try doing it. I think maybe for a small channel, they won't care as much. because it's not like taking away their views or whatever. Jordan Peterson versus 20 is not a good video for Christians and JP himself. Okay, yeah, do we have, I don't see, if there are any mods in the chat, can we like put a timeout or something? Because I don't mind if you post stuff, but I don't want like a wall of spam for one person, please.
Occurred in between the Pakicetus and the whale.
I don't know how you determine that.
Okay.
I don't personally. That's not my area of expertise. Okay. I'm not going to pretend to guess.
Okay, that's fine, because I think the whole thing's a guess anyway, because what I'm pointing to is a problem in classification, which is if the Pakicetus is a category that you assume is objectively itself belonging to a population at the time that's, putting their little hooves in water and going, well, I might become, I want to keep doing this. And you assume that over 53 million years, so many changes happened that produces what you see now to be the whale. You're actually affirming a category of a whale, and you're affirming a category of the Pakicetus. But the problem is you guys don't have any categories. You don't know how many categories there are in between. Why? Because it's completely arbitrary.
No, Jim Bob, I gave you an example during my presentation of a reclassification of 4 whale species that happened in the last 3 years.
Are classifications arbitrary?
No, they're determined by genetics now, because we've got gene sequencing.
Now you don't agree with your own system.
No, I presented this in the presentation. Do you remember? The Brutus whale.
The category of a whale, the way we categorize a whale, is that from objective criterion or just temporary taxonomy?
You know full well, surely, that biology is a lot more fuzzy than physics when it comes to.
Is that a yes? It's arbitrary?
It's not completely arbitrary.
Is it objective?
I wouldn't call it objective myself.
So what's in between arbitrary and objective? Is this a new category you got? How convenient? How apropos, a new fuzzy category that you can't say.
No. Again, this is where your philosophy of biology is really off. There's constraints. You have constraints. It's not a free for all. It's not random. I would love to invite you to come to any of our evolutionary biology conferences and see what people do and how it works.
So the thing is it true that evolution posits that speciation happens?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And if you say speciation happens, are you saying that's an objectively true claim?
Again, I wouldn't call it objective. I call it highly constrained.
Okay, if you said the highly constrained claim that speciation occurs, one thing produces variation into another, and for a long enough period of time, it produces something that's completely dissimilar to the thing it started as. Would you say under the evolutionary paradigm that species is an objective term that has an objective criterion?
I don't like saying that. I don't, because for me, species is fuzzy. There are people.
Okay. Oh, you froze up.
People who disagree with me, but I don't think it's as hard and fast, because you can always find exceptions to the rule.
Right. No, I agree. I think in everything I've looked into, most of the loudest proponents of evolution are also as loud saying species itself as a category is not objective.
No, biology is a lot fuzzier than physics.
So it's true that it's arbitrary.
It's because it's not arbitrary completely, because we have constraints. We have things that can prune and refine our definition. But I don't think you ever arrive at something fixed, because life is dynamic, and life will continue to be dynamic.
I understand.
Mutations are constantly happening. Yeah.
The question
Take the ISS. The ISS is a really good example of that. Sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
That's a engineered thing.
Don't apologize for interrupting him. Come on, Sam. I mean, technically, I think in this case, it plays better to his side that he's being like as polite as he possibly can be in the face of, well, this asshole, honestly. So I think it kind of works in his favor. But I don't know, like a little more pushback would be kind of nice, because I mean, somebody has to tell him off. Jimbo was desperately trying to turn the debate into a philosophy debate rather than science. Yeah, and while saying that the other guy isn't doing proper science too, he's like, you're not really doing science. And then trying to not, yeah, it's kind of ironic. He wants Sam to rage quit, but Sam is calmer than a panda. Our panda's super calm. They do seem kind of chill. They just like sit there all day and like eat, what do they eat, bamboo or something?
Thing from a man. So the thing is, if species isn't objective, then if it's not arbitrary, can you give me a third category?
Good question. I would go with, I can't think of a better word than constrained. You can go with a very constrained definition. This is induction. This is where you go, I can't be certain, but I can put enough reasonable doubt. I can put inference to the best explanation that I can get enough data that I can say, but I hold it tenuously, this is here. This is what happened with the Brutus whale. For a long, long time, it was here. And then it was a case of, we can't say that anymore. Because,
Sam, you can't really say, because the thing in question is whether or not there's an actual objective thing called a Brutus whale. And I'm demonstrating there really isn't. You actually can't say that there is such a thing objectively as that whale, right?
But you are different from me. We are both humans. We share a huge amount of features. We've probably been to a lot of the same places. We've lived at the same time, had the same diet. But we are the same species, but we're not exactly the same. And it's a similar sort of thing.
Nominalism, yeah.
The Eden's way.
Yeah, I understand, Sam, but the problem is, which I would press on, maybe even a future talk or debate you want to have, it might be just a talk, I'd be willing to do that, is you're not to go off into another category, but like from the evolutionary view, you actually can't say we're both humans because that's a universal category. And so the problem with evolution is it's nominalistic, which is to say, you just kind of said it yourself, which is we are two particular creatures that have particular characteristics about us that it seems similar or typically similar to us. But the category itself, human, doesn't actually exist under evolution, and here's why. The same reason you can't objectively say the whale exists or how many different variations of categories of animals exist between the Pakicetus and the whale. The same problem with humans. So you say humans a category, we're both humans. But the problem is when you go back in time, you actually have to arbitrarily define a point in time before humans, right? So the problem with evolution is that when you guys tell your story, it has to include a biological explanation that's nearly objective. Even I said it was slightly arbitrary or whatever you wanted. You'd have to actually tell me how it is you would know a thing that wasn't a human made its way finally to humanness, which would be like a nature of a category. But I'm saying that you guys don't have that under evolution. You have to say we're humans now. We just temporarily, arbitrarily call ourselves this. We might be on our way to being something essentially completely different with enough mutations in the future. And with enough time in the past, you're going to have to get to something. No, not a primate, not an ape, because that's still similar. You have to actually get to something that's fundamentally not human-like. And you have to say something that was fundamentally not human.
So he's okay with the whole like ape thing because it's similar enough? That's interesting. I wouldn't expect him to say that.
Eventually mutated enough and became what we call human. But I'm telling you, Sam, that you can't actually justify the claim something became something else because everything under evolution is in flux. It's just always on its way changing to some other category. So what I'm saying is evolution actually doesn't have access to categories, and yet it's wholly dependent on the assumption of categories. To me, it falls apart because you can't talk about things in meaningful ways unless you assume categories that you essentially deny. It's contradictory.
This is really, really interesting. If you don't mind, I'd love if we spent some time talking about this. There's quite a few things in what you've said, things that are scientific and things that are philosophical.
Since we're a little short on mods, I don't usually need mods, and I don't really mind if people talk about whatever. Just know like a wall of text from one person, please. And like if it's like every couple seconds, it gets like a lot. And then if somebody else talks in the middle, I might not see it. So that's all I ask.
And both are very interesting to me. Where should we start? So firstly, I disagree that humans are universals and that whales are. I think they're particulars, and much like everything else. So while you might struggle with a universal definition of a species, whales and humans are unique things in the same way that a chair is a thing, a table is a thing. I can point to one and say what it is. I think if an alien landed on this planet and said, "What are you?" I could point to Jim Bob, I could point to Mike and say, "I'm like that, I'm like that."
Shows where you stand. Goodbye. Yep, I stand where I can actually keep up with chat and no wall of text from a single person. Goodbye. Sorry. I gotta be able to keep up with it at least a little bit. It's just not fair to everybody else. Sorry.
Bring me into this. I'm just kidding.
Oh, sorry. Okay. But I think there's some bigger points you made that are very, very interesting. What does it mean to be human?
Biologically speaking.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, biologically speaking, but I'd say as a Christian, I have a favorite answer to that question, which is that humans are meaning-seeking creatures. And if I say that human is a meaning-seeking creature, I'm saying that in a way that a whale really isn't.
Hold on a second.
Sorry. Then let me get back to my train of thought, but go ahead.
I was going to say, sorry to interrupt, but the thing is, like, under the evolutionary view, the thing you're trying to like define is that a human being has to come from a creature that isn't a meaning-seeking creature, but you can't actually delineate when a human becomes a meaning-seeking creature, right? Because you have this gradient where there's no real categories. You also said you think humans are just particulars, right? So you can't actually say humans, what we call humans are just a set of particulars, and then say, I think collectively
just a set of particulars.
Universally, humans are meaning-seeking machines, because if you say humans are particulars, and it just happens to be the case, we kind of have the same shape, incidentally, but we're our own creature category. That's what a particular would mean, is that we are not in a category. We are our own category. But the problem with that, Sam, and try to grasp this, is that if you go into the...
Try to grasp this. Just try. I know it's so hard for you to grasp things, but just try to grasp. This is so cringe. Particulars. Tears of joy. Now we're gonna hear particulars times 1,000. Cancer is an example of you being dead. I don't know if that's accurate. evolution is cancer. I mean, okay, but I don't know if that exactly follows.
Body and look at a heart, you actually have to say the same thing, that there's no such thing as this universal thing called the heart that does a universal thing that hearts do. You have to say that each item in the body is itself a particular that just incidentally operates.
We are gonna, that particular thing is a thing now, isn't it? Oh, sorry, I missed a couple here. Philosophy is so hard to debate against, too boring for audience, but very intelligent sounding. That is true. Sorry
in a consistent way.
Sorry if I missed a few guys. I don't want to. There's a lot up there, and I don't want to distract
compared
too much because otherwise we're never gonna get through any of this.
Typically to other things you're calling a heart. But this is a big problem for evolution, because not only do you not have access to categories of beasts, whale, human, Pakicetus, frog, you don't have access to the categories, you don't have access to the fundamental thing you're studying in the here now, which is direct biology. So what I like to press on is the heart itself universally a thing that does what it does, or is it just incidentally doing what it's doing?
What kind of question is that?
Until it doesn't.
What?
Okay, so I would love to keep pressing on the philosophy as well. So maybe we can put a bookmark in there and come back to it, because I think that maybe we're both right. I think humanity is a universal term, but I think that I am a particular. Like me uniquely myself, I'm a particular like something else. So if you're dealing with an individual or an individual fossil, an individual genome, I think you can talk in terms of particulars. But anyway, let's get to the science of what you just said, because evolution today is 90% genomics. So when you're talking about evolution, you really need to be talking about evolution. And this is where, in terms of the evidence, you're very, very mistaken, because
I don't think Jim Bob can talk about the genome or genomics or whatever it is that the proper term for it nowadays is, because he's very stuck with like, oh, well, fossil looks like other fossil looks like present day thing, and you can't make a jump from that to that, so therefore evolution's stupid. Like that's all he's got. And if you try to bring anything else into it, he doesn't have an answer for it. And as he said earlier, he doesn't know what X was, and he doesn't care what X was, and he doesn't even want to learn. Like he is totally okay saying he doesn't even want to learn what the other things are that he was bringing up as like examples of current tech and stuff that they can run as experiments. Like he doesn't even want to know. Because if he realizes that there's other things besides, oh, look, fossil looks like current thing, then he doesn't have an argument. And he's got to have the argument, because that's like his thing. That's been his thing for like so many debates now. And if he learns of these other things that are explained to him properly, then it's going to be hard to have this argument, because he's going to have to start covering the genomics stuff, and he can't really do that. True philosophy uses heavy vocab, so whoever says it the most and talks the most wins in layman's eyes. Yeah, that is true. It seems like the bigger words you use in a row, the more confident you sound, the more people sort of accept that, oh, this person won. Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I try to be nice and like accommodate them the best I can, but like if it's the same person that's like constantly kind of crowding everybody else out, it gets kind of, yeah. Doesn't have to make sense logically or scientifically. Just ask Bob. I like how you guys call him Bob. I've never heard anybody else call him Bob before, and it makes it kind of sillier, I guess. Not that Bob is a bad name or anything. There's plenty of people whose name is Bob, and they're perfectly good, fine people. But for some reason, it makes this situation kind of more comical in a way.
Can point directly to what a human is, as opposed to a Neanderthal, a chimp, a frog, all of those things. You can look at the gene. You could just take one piece of DNA from a scene where something has been eaten, and you can.
Oh, kind of something funny that I just remembered. When I was way younger and I was on the internet trying to be like incognito, and somebody would be like, "Oh, what's your name?" I would be like, "Oh, just call me Bob." It's a true story. Jim Bob has a self-righteous motivation to convert the world to the Eastern Orthodox Church, which is weird, because isn't he also new to being an Eastern Orthodox? He believes that everyone else is out of the ark of salvation. Yeah, I mean, this is probably a separate topic, but we might as well touch upon it a little bit since it's sort of related to what's going on here. I do think it's interesting that there are so many people that are very like, that somehow discovered Eastern Orthodoxy, which is like the culture, like part of the culture I was raised in. And it's very weird to me that something that I was like, oh, kind of an everyday thing to me is like so like they're just take it like so seriously and it's so important and they're like obsessed with it. And they're like regular Americans who like were probably Protestant for most of their lives and they just discovered this thing a couple years ago and now they're suddenly like, oh well, we're special, we're Eastern Orthodox. I don't know if they just chose it because of the name, like maybe the name has Orthodox in it and Orthodox sounds like being I think people assume that Eastern Orthodox is very like hardcore because of the word Orthodox in it, but it just means like pravoslavny, which it just means like it just kind of pretentious, but it just means like, oh, the correct one. Like the right or like the righteous belief or something like that. I can't exactly like translate it, but it's just how it's translated. And maybe they just see like, oh, orthodoxy, that sounds like something that's like hardcore and serious. And like, is that why? Is that it? Is it just because of the name? Like, is that why they chose it? I don't understand. Like, why of all things, of all religions, is like why that one specifically is something that they weren't like organically exposed to just being Americans. They had to go out and somehow somebody had to expose them to it, or they had to go out and somehow find it on their own in whatever way. Like it had to come from somewhere. It's not something that Americans encounter on like a regular basis. So that whole thing is it's just weird to me that something that's like kind of a oh cool whatever like regular thing to me and unknown to most Americans is something that they're just so hardcore about all of a sudden. The irony is Orthodoxy isn't meant to be evangelized the way they do it. It's meant to be a mystical thing you have to be willing to experience. And yes, many Orthobros are disaffected Protestants, so they co-opt their methodology and port it over to their system. Word.
Exactly determine what it is just through genomics, and you can do that in the field even without a lab on a handheld device. So I can look at the Nobel Prize was given for this a few years ago. The Neanderthal genome was sequenced, and we know exactly what a Neanderthal is compared to a human, and you can measure the differences.
No.
This is factual data.
No. You already contradicted yourself. You're outside of the.
And that's a good point about how it isn't meant to be evangelized. I haven't thought about that until now, but now that I think about it, like growing up here in America, it's mostly it's not uncommon to come across people who are trying to be like, well, evangelize. You got all the words on point. It's not uncommon to encounter that, and it's very, very normal. But growing up Russian, it was basically like everybody sort of not everybody, but a lot of people sort of mentioned God in regular language or like you do Easter stuff or whatever, like a lot of traditions were related to the religion, but it wasn't that serious. And as like many people believed, but it wasn't as big of a deal as people make it out to be here. Or maybe that was just my experience and I'm kind of projecting on everybody else. I don't know. But it just wasn't that big of a deal. It was like, oh, well, people sort of believe and you get like your little children's Bible or whatever to read if you want to, but if you don't want to, it's cool. It's not a big deal. Like it's fine. You do the traditional stuff. You go to like for Easter, you go and get your bread blessed or whatever. But it's not like the rest of the time. It's just kind of whatever. Some people are more into it and other people are not as into it. But there's no like. It's true that now that I think about it, I don't remember anybody trying to like evangelize the way that Americans do. So that's an interesting point. I actually haven't thought about it that way before, and that is a good point because I don't remember that happening the way that like Protestants do it. Ortho straight upright doxology liturgical glory praising. Oh, interesting. Because in Russian it's just pravoslavny, which is like the correct or righteous. I don't even know how to translate it properly. That's why everyone thinks of Orthodoxy as ethnic. You're Russian, correct. According to evolution, there are no real categories. Everything is changing into something else. you could end up being a honey badger. Oh, I really want to be a honey badger. Honey badger don't give a fuck. It makes sense for religion to be a holistic thing you fit into your life, so it doesn't seem like a big deal, but online, and especially for Americans, religion is very politicized. Yeah, that makes sense too. Everything you say seems just like it makes sense. I don't know. You just have this like really good way of phrasing things in a concise manner that seems like accurate and insightful. I don't know. It's nice. There's a focus in literature of evangelism. Yeah, I haven't noticed that before until you said something. But again, now that you say something, it really makes sense. Oi, Bleen. Oh, I said that kind of with an accent. Sorry, when I speak English, I can't like switch to Russian, and it sounds weird when I try to speak Russian. I apologize. No, it's cool. If it's like if it's something, yeah. There's a, I don't know. When you see a wall of text, you know wall of text. It's not that's not what you're doing. It's more like when it's like the same message spammed over and over again without like, I don't know. I think people kind of know what I'm talking about without me having to describe it.
The thing you already conceded. Genomics also would be a particular. So you can't have a universal thing called genomics, the study of an entire genome, unless you assume the entire genome of a category. But the category is the thing you deny. So you can't actually say from the evolutionary view, we're studying the human genome or the whale genome in its fullness.
Of course you can.
You can't. Why? No. How could you say that if you admitted that there is no objective category called human?
I can use the genome of something and call that, and that's more than good enough.
You didn't answer my question. How do you study the genome of said category if you deny the category itself?
I don't deny the category. It's a label. The category is a label.
Is human? No, this is nominalism again. Are humans in biology an objective category that you can study the genome of or not?
The human genome is an objective thing.
No, human is a category, right?
Yeah. And I could define a human in biology terms as something that has a human genome, and that's fine.
No, is the category under evolution human objective?
I think it is with genomics now, yes.
You're in a contradiction. You said just before, Sam, the contradiction is humans aren't an objective category. It's fuzzy. But there is an objective thing called the human genome. That's you can't have two.
Genomics is objective. Genomics is objective.
Genomics of what?
Anything you want to study the genome.
A category?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you study the category of something you don't believe the category of exists?
But I do believe the category exists, but exists as a useful label. You're jumping between philosophy and science. One is what we do. One is our ontology.
You're in another contradiction, though, Sam. I'm sorry to interrupt, but you can't escape the contradiction. There's another contradiction you have, Sam. You said you study ancient genes.
Yeah.
Are you studying the genes of the human, or are you studying the genes of its long ancient ancestor that looks nothing like it?
So, I'm sorry, it broke up a tiny bit there. The question I heard, and correct me if I'm wrong, is when I'm studying an ancient gene, am I studying a gene now or something?
No. When you study the human gene, let's go to the whale because that was more relevant here, clearly relevant. When you study the genes of the whale, you said you're studying ancient genes. Are you studying whale genes universally, the universal category of whale genes, or are you studying an ancient thing that's not a whale, the genes of?
Well, genes are their own category, I'd say. The gene belongs to thing. The gene belongs to a whale. But I showed in my presentation about convergent evolution that you have genes that...
He didn't listen to the presentation, Sam. I'm sorry to say that he was just waiting for it to be over so he can start asking basic questions. Like, he didn't listen to it. So, that's something that I think people come into the debates like this and they try to be like Sam here, who... Okay, to be fair, he was doing some pretentious shit in his presentation, but they try to be like as good faith as they can possibly be while also doing some pretentious shit on the side, which is cool. Everybody does a little bit of that sometimes. But he thinks that like he's doing this presentation and the other person is going to be like listening to it. That is not an expectation that you can have going into this. Like, especially with Jim Bob, if you go into a debate with Jim Bob, you can't expect him to listen to anything you said in the beginning. You can hardly even expect him to listen to what you're saying during the back and forth. Like, even that is a stretch. To assume that he listened to you speaking for 10 minutes straight without hearing himself talk is a big, big stretch that is just, it's just not, he just didn't. Like, it's just not true. So, you can basically pretend that none of that ever happened. You did not do a presentation at all. Presentation did not happen. The whole like first 20 minutes of this thing did not happen, and you're starting right now as of 5 seconds ago, and right now in this moment you have to explain everything you've already said before, like from the beginning in the most basic terms you possibly can, and as quickly as you possibly can before you get interrupted, because that's also going to happen very soon. That's the only way that this gets anywhere. Jim Bob doesn't want a worldview to be merely coherent. He's going to plead ad nauseum. In hindsight, it seems that Sam is genuinely passionate about what he's doing, and it's not just bragging. It does kind of seem like that, but there was for sure some bragging in there. Some of that presentation was for sure bragging, but he does seem like he's not like as much of a dick about it as Jim Bob is. Like I agree that it seems like he really does like what he does, but there was definitely some bragging in there. We can admit that people can be both passionate and brag at the same time. That is something that can happen. Oh, not for me.
Exist in elephants and insects.
But also true.
They're the same gene for a sex pheromone, but they didn't inherit them from each other. They inherited them convergently, if that makes sense to you.
Do you understand the problem here? If you say
some places more than others, though.
hey, we can study the genes, the genome of said category whale, and I go, what are you studying ancient genes, or are you studying present day genes of whales? And you said the genes basically exist in their own vacuum, completely separate of the organisms they're in.
Do you understand that a gene is both present and ancient at the same time? It belongs to the okay, so it belongs to the animal.
Not if you're anomalous. No, not if you're anomalous. No. You know what anomalism is?
You can't philosophy your way out of this.
No,
this is science.
Yeah, that's actually pretty funny, because I hold that evolution, I'm demonstrating such, is purely philosophy. You can't say that humans are a particular and also say genes are ancient, right? Because genes, the thing you call a gene, is a particular segment of physical matter in a body, in a physical.
Say particular again. Do it.
Physical space and time. It can't be ancient because it's not universal. It's just a particular thing in the
he did it. Sorry.
World right now.
But it is ancient. Like the human mutas alpha gene in your body right now that I study as part of my cancer research is over 500 million years old. You have it today, but the gene is over 500 million years old.
Okay. So are you studying the gene? When you study a genome of an animal, how do you know what animal you're studying if all of its predecessors that are different animals have the same genes? You're actually demonstrating that it's
they don't have the same genes, though. That's kind of the point.
Incoherent to say we studied the whale genome while simultaneously holding that no creature owns the genome, the genes you're studying. They're ancient. They actually belong to nobody. They actually just permeate through ever-changing globular masses of biology, and they're not actually peculiar to any particular category. This actually is...
He said particular again. Drink every time he says particular. If you drink. Actually, don't. You'd probably die. He's not listening. He still frames tell it all. He still frames tell. I'm confused. Maybe I misread that. Yep.
Is beautiful for me. I've never actually noticed this before. I'm glad I have it. This absolutely destroys evolution, because the entirety of evolution rests on the notion that this thing is the ancestor of this thing because we studied each of their genes. You've just denied that each of them have genes because genes, under your view, transcends the biology or the category.
Okay, well, some of them. I think it might help if... I know Sam thinks that he already explained everything in the intro presentation, but I think it might help if he tried to, like, summarize exactly how genes can be, like, ancient and whatever, like, explain a little bit more if he gets a chance.
Of the animal. It's just genes underneath everything. It actually doesn't even matter what something is. A whale, a monkey, a banana. All you're really studying is similarity in genes, but you can't actually draw out a conclusion to say this thing became this thing, because that wouldn't even matter under your view anyway. Because you just...
That makes no sense, Jim Bob.
Admitted whales don't have particular genes that are of the nature of a whale.
He's like crashing out, and he's just like saying words. Just...
Oh, you said it, not me. You said it.
This is this is interesting. You think this is a defeat? I say this
absolutely,
with respect, but
absolutely.
There is not a philosopher of biology on the planet who would agree with what you just said.
I don't care who agrees with me. I just demonstrated that if you hold the belief that something that has genes and you study the genome of it, you just admitted you're not actually studying the genome of a whale. You're actually studying the genome of an ancient thing that's called a genome, the genes itself, that go through a line of different shaped creatures. That makes the argument for similarity between creatures and categories moot. That means there's no use of saying the whale used to be the Pakicetus, because the thing you're studying, you just said, it doesn't matter what animal it's embedded in. The only thing you're studying is the continuity of this ancient code.
I'm amazed that anybody thinks Jim Bob actually won this, because he's just like saying shit. Particulars. Ooh, another face. I might be misunderstanding where Jim is coming from, and I'm trying to understand why he's hung up on thinking genes can't be particular and ancient. I think he's just saying stuff on her. It's like, You say stuff in a confident way that sort of has some of the words mixed together of what the topic is, and then you win. Magic. You can philosophy your way out of this.
That's all you're studying, right? And so the whale form doesn't matter. You can't use similarity and say the whale, universal category, has the same genomic similarities as this other thing before it, or anatomical similarities of the things before it. You're using that as an argument while denying there's even such a thing as a whale to begin with.
I'm not denying that. I mean, I am. There's this story that you're probably familiar with from Galileo. If you don't mind, because you've done tons of talking, and I would like to try and do a lot of talking.
Yeah, and I just want to let you guys know we got about 10 minutes left, and we'll go into closings.
Okay. Yeah, I recognize two things with this discussion. Firstly, the title Evolution on Trial means that I'm doing all the defending and Jim Bob is able to just sit back and throw stones. So I'm in a position where I'm naturally defensive. I don't mind. I'm having a great discussion. I'm enjoying it. I'd love to talk to you again sometime.
Sure.
But the other thing is...
Really? I mean, I guess the only way he could be enjoying this is like he knows that Jim Bob is just like crashing out all over the place. So it's fun for him because like he understands that Jim Bob is not winning anything here. So maybe that's fun for him. But I can't imagine this being fun. Like that if anything, this is frustrating. It's kind of like entertaining at a distance, but being in it, I would be so frustrated and annoyed. Like even more so than I am from like watching from over here. So that's amazing that he would actually come and talk to him again at a later time, sometime voluntarily. To voluntarily want to talk to Jim Bob again after this is kind of amazing. Can Sam debate the moderator? I don't know if moderator has much of anything to say about anything. He seems to, like, earlier in the intro somewhere, he was like, oh, I didn't want to... I think it was somewhere... I think we skipped that part because it was, like, the end of the openings. But when I watched it the first time, he was... And when Jim Bob was still talking throughout his opening statement, the host was like, oh, I didn't want to interrupt you, Jim Bob, because you were cooking there. But he knows that Jim Bob brings the audience, so maybe he has to kind of suck it up. Or maybe he really thinks that Jim Bob was cooking anything. That's also possible. It's okay to be wrong. Sam called it. That's what I mean. He's passionate about this stuff. That's how he can enjoy it. I guess that makes sense. I don't know, but even if I was passionate about something like this, to voluntarily want to talk to Jim Bob again is like, ugh. Oh, this is, I think this is appropriate. The one on the right and the one on the on the left. Or the one on the left and the one on the right. I did that backwards. It's cute. I like that. I've never seen the first one before, the one on the left. I have the flip table one somewhere. I don't know if I have it on this computer. I usually have it on my phone, but... Oh, yep, I have it. There we go. Enjoy.
It's... I do think you're uneducated on modern evolutionary biology. That much is clear because you don't understand what genomics is. Or what
I literally read what genomics is.
Please let me.
Come on, man. Don't attack my intellect. You make an argument, Sam. I've been...
Don't attack my intellect. That's all Jim Bob has been doing nothing but that for the other guy. Like, the whole time he's been attacking the other guy's intellect. And the other guy is the one that's the scientist. And Jim Bob is just like, you don't even know how to do science. Tell me the scientific method.
Fair to you. I didn't attack your intelligence or what I think you know or don't know.
Oh, no.
Try to defend evolution, please, Sam. Don't be a passive-aggressive person like this. Don't do this.
Don't be a passive-aggressive person. Are you kidding me with this? This is the pot calling the kettle black. If you draw an image of an ear on a paper, Bob will talk to it. We need an emoji of trying to get a jar of olives opened. That's a good idea too. We have to do the Putin given a thumbs up first. But if there's room for another one, we might add something like that. Although that might be kind of difficult to do at like the size that emojis are. They're really small, so it has to be something that's really obvious, and that might be kind of difficult to get an image of that's a good representation of the thing that's still that you can tell what it is when it's really small like that. For sure. Just don't throw a jar of pickles or olives on at him. Because the pickles he had trouble with too. The first time that I even saw that, I didn't watch all the way to the end of that first that video. I didn't even watch all the way to the end, and I didn't realize that there was another pickle thing at the end where they both got a jar of actual pickles, and they had like a competition of who can open it first, and the chick opened her jar of pickles first. He was struggling for another like 10 seconds after she opened hers with the actual pickle jar. Like, he couldn't get the olive jar opened, but he couldn't get the pickle jar opened for like a long time too. He eventually got it, but I didn't even realize that the first time that I saw the original pickle thing. I thought it was just like the olive thing in the beginning, but it's not. It goes on after that. I realized it later and put it in another video. But yeah, it's I wish I had seen that the first time too, because I would have put it in the first video too.
Don't do this.
I apologize.
Okay, I forgive you. I forgive you.
Sure. There's this story in the Galileo affair, which is very, very important in history of science when it comes to Christianity and science, because Galileo is put on trial by the Catholic Church for daring to say that the Earth goes around the sun. And there's he's on trial and he's on his knees and he's told to recant, and he recants, but under his breath he says, "And yet it moves." And the problem we have with the philosophical arguments you're making, I think, is an "and yet it moves" problem. Because we can say these metaphysical categories, these problems with the definition of species, these problems with the definition of a gene, is a genome an organism, and we can go round and round about that. I'm very familiar with it. I have a doctorate in philosophy of science. It's very, very interesting, and you can do it, and I think you should do it. I think you should keep doing it.
He's not even listening. He's like reading his chat and talking to somebody in his room. Like he's not even, or like talking to his own chat or something. He's not even listening. Like you can tell he's not even listening. This is so rude. He's bringing like a church hen. I've never heard that before. You make your own. That's why they're so unique and cute. I haven't seen those before. That explains why they're so unique. Even though Jim Bob is crashing out and Sam is winning, I don't think Sam might have been able to woo any of Jim Bob's fan audience to his side. I don't think so either. No chance. I think the only way that maybe a few of them might get swayed is if they really if they look at this as like what it is and they see how Jim Bob is not letting the other person talk. He's not listening to the other person at all, and he's just like saying his own stuff and like he's just waiting to talk. If any of them notice that and they're like, "Hey, wait a minute," that might plant a seed, but I don't think even then most of them are probably not going to care. They're just going to be like, "Oh yeah, Jim Bob owned him." Yeah, I don't think it's unlikely that anyone gets swayed. That's Jim Bob's audience. I think people that might be watching this channel that are sort of like, "Oh, what's this? You know, I've never heard of Jim Bob before. What's Jim Bob?" I think they would. I think a lot of them, unless they're like already super set on like evolution bad, I think a lot of them might be swayed, but I think most that would probably be from only seeing like the side by side of basically the vibes, because despite him having an intro, I think a lot of the intro was like, "Oh hey, I know scientists." I know we skipped some of it, so maybe some at the end might have been how genes make evolution a thing, but he went through the end part really fast, so even if that was in there, I don't think anybody would have picked up on it. And I think he's doing a good job as far as like vibes, but he's also not really explaining in detail how it is that these genes make it so that evolution, like how they prove evolution, or how they like what exactly kinds of tests are done to show that evolution is true, and how genes can be both, you know, ancient. Like, what does it mean when a gene is ancient? He's not really explaining any of that, and I think if he did, he would win a lot of people over. Maybe he will here, but he like hardly has any time left, and he spent most of the debate being interrupted by Jim Bob. So even if he could have explained those things, he certainly didn't have a chance to. So I think the only way that some people might get swayed that are already anti-evolution might be if he explained that in more detail, and I don't think he really got a chance to. Yep, they take 5 seconds of footage from an hour debate and say Bob won. Turns out sunlight is not a good disinfectant.
but we still say under our breath, and yet it moves. So my questions here are, there's tons more questions come up from this. How do you think a paternity test works if this doesn't work? How
Can
do
I
you,
answer
what do
that?
you think, yes, but I'd also ask you a few more questions, and you can answer what you like.
Okay.
What is cloning if this doesn't work? Why is genomic medicine the frontier of medicine right now? How do you think cancer research works if this isn't true?
Okay.
If this paradigm doesn't work, what is modern
Sorry, I was gonna wait it out until like the Q&A, but I really have to take a break. I have to use the restroom, but I'll be right back. Sorry, y'all.
cancer research? What am
I was gonna wait, but unfortunately, I don't think we can just like play it through because that would be stealing content. So I do have to put the BRB thing up. Sorry, y'all. Give me like 5 minutes. Entertain yourselves meanwhile. Alrighty. Apologies. I think what I would like to do for like the intermission screen is probably do I don't know, that might be kind of pretentious, but at least it might be better than looking at nothing, is do like clips from past live shows or videos that I've done and make that into like a video, and that way I can just play clips or something with like sources of where it came from. That way it's not like just looking at basically a blank screen, and it's somewhat entertaining, but it's also not like a single video from something else that you might like get into and then it just abruptly stops and you're like, oh, what happened? You know, and that way if it's just clips, it's not like you don't get like attached to a particular topic or whatever, which not that that might happen. I mean, I don't have anything like that insightful to say, but you know, it could be like a react or something. Anyway, okay. Enough blabbing. Let's see if we can finish this up here in a minute. I really like those emojis. They're so cute. Oh no. Every time, every freaking time, I can't get excited over emojis anymore because every time I think about freaking Erica Kirk, like days after her husband got killed, she's like on chat like, oh, look at all these emojis, guys. It's so cute. Look at all the emojis. Like, what the fuck? So like, now I can't even say that. It's like she ruined emojis for everybody. She took it and she ruined it for everyone. And now nobody can point out how cute emojis are without being like remembering how cringe that was. That is a lot of emotion conveyed. Do a compilation of these guys saying stupid things on loop. That might be good. That's a good idea too. And Erica's there. I don't know, that might be a little too scary. I don't want to like, you know, make people quit. The point is to keep people like sort of interested in what's going on while I'm, you know, while I'm away, not make people run away if we do Erica's there. I don't want to like, yeah, that might make people run away if it's just like Erica going like. A particular superedit would be way too much work. No, not really. That would not be a lot of work at all. That would be actually that would be like the least amount of work possible. Because I can just transcribe it and just every time he says the word particular, I just control F it and drop it in. That would be so easy actually.
Doing each week in Reading if this is a completely ridiculous fiction that doesn't work? How does any of that work? What is a blue whale genome, and what does it tell you if it doesn't tell you anything about its past, present, and future?
All right, I don't want to filibuster the last 10 minutes here, okay? So
right,
you brought up paternity tests. Do you understand when you study a paternity test, when you look at an STR, is you're looking at a very specific set of markers, and you also have access to the father. So the reason that works is you're looking at a very specific segment that does a very specific thing in relation to what the father gives you. But the reason paternity tests work is because of how specific the STRs are, and how the reason that you have access to the father. You couldn't do the Maury Povich show unless you have access to the father that comes out and goes, I'm not the father, you are the father. As opposed to what you guys argue in evolution, which is you're actually making an argument about the overall DNA similarities, which is two different categories. So every time an evolution proponent pulls this out for you in the audience who are, you know, having your fits when you talk to Evo proponents, when they bring up paternity tests.
Really? I hate it when people do this. When somebody's like doing it, when somebody is debating somebody else and they stop talking to the person they're debating and start pretending like they're not even there and start talking to the audience. That is the worst. That is the worst when people do that. It's so pretentious. And sometimes I kind of can understand because sometimes, okay, I have to clarify. Sometimes people do it and I find that it's okay to do. It's still kind of weird and I don't like it, but it's more okay to do when the person that you're talking to is being like a big baby about it. Like if they're not letting you talk, or if they're just being bad faith. Sometimes it's okay to be kind of pretentious about it and be like, look, audience, he's doing this. He's not going to let me talk because he's afraid of what I'm going to say or something like that. Like I still find it kind of icky, but it's more okay, like it's acceptable. But when the opponent isn't being bad faith at all, when the opponent is being like perfectly like decent and non-confrontational at all, he is turning around to be like, look, audience, it's just so icky. It's just super icky. You ended the last video with that stop and stare. I end all of them that are Kirk related with that stop and stare. But see, that's the end of the video. So if it's the end of the video, you don't have to stick around and keep looking at it. Because it's the end. I got you there. Oops. The annoying thing is that dudes like Jim are so afraid of nominativism. I'm sorry, I don't know what that is. And then they go around throwing labels on their opponent. I'm gonna have to look it up. I don't know what that is. I don't know what some words are. And I don't have, I can't use the English as a second language excuse. That's more of about pronouncing words. I have no excuse for not knowing words of nominativism. Oh, I just typed it in without asking. Oh, do you mean nominalism? Do you mean nominalism? No. Do you mean nominativism, something about the nominative case / naming? Maybe I'll look it up later. I don't want to distract too much. Bird hands! Bird hands! He's not debating for the truth, he's debating for his narrative. Pff, truth, what's that? Nobody needs truth anyway. Pff, truth. Oh, it was nominalism. Okay. Philosophical position that abstract objects and universals don't really exist. Only particular concrete things do. Like redness isn't a real thing floating out there. They're just individual red objects, and red is the name we apply to them. Interesting. Okie dokie.
All you have to do is look at what specifically a paternity test looks at insofar as the DNA, right? The GATA, and notice how that's a different argument and a different methodology than the one they're trying to pull out, which is to say anything that has anything similar to it genomically must come from something similar to it, which isn't saying much because in the end, evolution posits everything comes from Luca. And then you go, what does Luca come from? And they go Fuca. And they keep making up new things before, right? As the essential overall God biology starting.
Again, he mentioned this in the beginning, how he understands supposedly that evolution has nothing to do, not nothing, but evolution does not try to solve the abiogenesis problem, which is what he's discussing now. And now, even though he mentioned that in the beginning, I think it was in his intro that he was like, yeah, I understand that abiogenesis is different from evolution. Now he's coming back to abiogenesis as if he didn't just in his intro say how he understands that's not evolution. Make it make sense. Oh, nominalism, like you name something and now it exists. Okay, that's a way easier way of understanding that. Pizdets. Even look, he looks like he's tired of talking. I think if it's not English, it's okay. Do you think one day he will realize how dumb he looks saying this stuff? Probably not. I think if you go like this far into something that's that embarrassing, if you try to like deal with it, you might, it's just like, I don't know. If there are things that, it's difficult to face things that you yourself have done that are embarrassing in the past. So a lot of, it's easier to just sort of carry on and pretend it didn't happen. So I could see that probably being the more likely scenario. If anything, because of, you know how when people get an audience and then they start going sort of deeper and deeper into whatever thing they were sort of like wishy-washy on before. Say they were kind of like, oh, I'm not really sure about the moon landing, like maybe that didn't happen. And then maybe they get like this audience capture situation, and then the more attention they get for saying this kind of stuff, the more they say that kind of stuff. and they start like changing their own opinions to fit like what their audience kind of wants. And once you sort of build up an audience that's what is it, they have like 20K or something. When you have that size of an audience, that's a large enough audience that they, even when you say cringe stuff, if they agree with you and everybody else agrees with this cringe stuff, you can get this sort of idea in your head that you're obviously right about everything, because look at all these people that agree with me. Like, look at all these people that agree with me. So obviously what I'm saying is right. And there's basically like no chance of them going back and trying to analyze and being like, oh, well, maybe that wasn't so good that I did, or maybe that wasn't so right, or maybe the truth lies somewhere else. Because, I mean, they have to basically go along with what their audience wants, and this is what their audience wants, and they will basically be stuck forever, just going deeper in the same direction. There's no, like, once you build up an audience, there's no changing your mind. Like, you don't get to do that usually. It's very rare that people risk changing their mind, because usually when people build up audiences, when it's very, this is something that I'm kind of nervous about, which is why not why. Something that I see a lot of people doing is they sort of pick a lane and they go with it. Like, if you're a leftist, you go and you do like ultra left stuff. You go like as far left as you can, and you only cover things from like a leftist perspective, and you never venture like maybe most people aren't like hardcore left or hardcore right. Most people like somewhere in one direction, but usually you're like a leftist that has a couple opinions. Like, say you're a leftist, but you agree with Tucker Carlson on a few things or something. If you have an audience, and it's not everybody, but most people, it's way easier to basically go on one side. As soon as you sort of say an opinion that's outside of that you think people on your side won't agree with, you're kind of like, oh, are people not going to like me anymore? Is nobody going to watch me anymore? Am I going to like have to start over from scratch? So they tend to not like, they tend to basically not say things that they think, and eventually they start thinking the same things. Like, the more you go in one direction, the kind of more you get stuck in it. It's the same thing for the right. If you're like ultra hardcore right wing, and maybe you have a few things you agree with the left on, you're never going to mention them if you have an audience, because you're worried that people might, quit or stop watching or whatever. But it's also a lot easier to get an audience when you're one thing or the other. If you're like right wing, it's a lot easier to get a right wing audience, especially. Or if you're left wing, it's easier to get a left wing audience. But if you're kind of wishy washy and somewhere in between, which is like where I'm at, it's a lot more difficult, because a lot of people, they really they want to start watching, and they want to hear what they want to hear. They want to hear everything that they already agree with basically being confirmed. And if you're in the middle, a lot of times what will happen is people will start watching and they're like, oh, wait a minute, I don't agree with that, or I don't agree with that. And basically everybody that watches me at some point will have something that they disagree with me on. And often it will be a lot of things, and often it will be big things. So when you really are in kind of in the middle and sort of neutral and wishy-washy on a lot of things, where you're like, well, I don't know about that, or I don't know. And if you say like, I don't know a lot of people don't like that. A lot of people really want somebody that is sure and that basically supports what they already think, and confidently and with great enthusiasm. So it's kind of rough being out here kind of like, oh, well, I agree with the right on a bunch of stuff, and I agree with the left on a bunch of stuff, and actually like both of them are wrong on a bunch of stuff too. So it's tough. That's probably a way longer answer than that kind of, that was a way longer answer than the question was asking, but I sort of went with it. So he's accusing his opponent of being a nominalist, then throwing labels on his opponent like a nominalist anyways. The scrolling thing is kind of weird. I wonder if I can fix that later. I can understand why Sam is so red listening to this shit. Oh, he does look a little red, huh? I think some people just get more, especially people that have, like, especially like gingers, or like blonde people often get like more red than others, and it's more obvious because they're overall more pale. But he does look a little red, huh? He's taking it pretty well. I really struggle with that word. Now it doesn't exist anymore. That's one way to do it. And Jimmy wants Sam to give up that dumb sciencey stuff. Jim Bob makes me go crazy. If it's not English, it's okay. Oh, the pizdets. Since I don't usually cuss. I'm smiling with my eyes. Oh, there you go. That's even better. It's okay if it's not English. Oh. That's okay. I meant like it's okay if I don't like. I read your word earlier, where it was way above. I can't scroll right now again. The scrolly thing is broken. Oh, here. See. But maybe I read that wrong. Now that I think about it, it was missing a T. Samolchi. It's impossible to completely conform to every sphere. That's true, but I think if you're like a content creator, you basically do your best to go in one direction most of the time. Otherwise, it's very hard to get an audience. Trying to fit it's impossible into your hypocrite. Yeah, but if well, I don't know if it's impossible. I think there are some people that really just go with kind of whatever their political party says. They might sort of disagree with some of it, but they're not going to say anything about it. A lot of audiences demand him progressing. That is true. Putin, go home. Arr. All right. Let's try to finish this up because I think they're going to be doing Q&A soon. I do want to try to find the Q&A that Reexamination said that he asked a question in here, but he didn't give a timestamp.
Point, which all things come from. It's like anything but God. So no, none of this actually works out for you, Sam. And we didn't even get into the more micro granular claim about evolution, which is my favorite, which is random mutation, under your view, has to produce highly specialized functions, vestibular systems that do things. There is nothing under the evolution.
He's really going to bring up the vestibular system again, because somewhere he brought that up in the beginning, and then somewhere in the middle, or like maybe a few minutes after, Sam was like, okay, well, you were bringing up the vestibular system. Can we talk about that? And Jim was like, no. And now he's going to bring it up again. So when you want to talk about it, it can be part of the conversation. But when somebody else tries to talk about it, then it's like, that's not okay. That's unacceptable.
View especially heard tonight that gives us this idea that random mutations, the way we understand them, actually produces an event that then follows into building very complex task-oriented systems. There's nothing in our observation that leads us to believe random mutation and all of the other three mechanisms for evolution, if you'd given enough time, it'll actually give you a reason oriented brain or a lung that does something, or a liver that processes toxins, or anything else. There's nothing you could observe that says, oh, random mutation. This must actually produce really specialized things like blood clotting. I mean, just incidentally, it just happens to do it. That's the story of evolution. Forget the Pakicetus to the whale. The Pakicetus to the whale, guess what? It includes internal biological schemas. It includes body plans, meteorological, biological systems that work together while they're changing. They change what they are, but they work together while they exist. In 53 million years, the entire biology of a Pakicetus, including its anatomy, changes into a whale, restructuring what it does. It accidentally produces heat systems, right? Orientation, underwater orientation systems. Accidentally, he has to say. Unjustified.
What is this accidentally thing?
Sam.
He's just. I don't think Sam was gonna, sorry, I don't think Sam is gonna get to explain how anything works.
Your response to this, you respond to however you want, but you could also go ahead and begin your closing at the end of that response. And then
well, Jim Bob's right. It is a real shame we didn't get to talk about the vestibular system and those sorts of things. Jim Bob, if you ever want to have a chat on your channel about those sorts of things, I'm very happy to. Yeah, it's a shame we didn't get more time to get into that.
It might come up in the super chats, just to let you know.
Sure. Yeah. Well, let's go to questions. Yeah.
Well,
and Jim Bob, sorry again if you felt attacked there.
No.
We can skip closings then if you guys want and go straight into the Q&A.
Yeah. Let's take questions, shall we?
All right. Sounds good.
Okay. Yeah. We're not going to be doing the questions. That's a lot of questions. I think if anybody has any specific, like if anybody has seen this and they have any specific requests for like timestamps they want to watch together, we can do that. But I wonder if I could find that re-examination question. Oh, they're just saying them. They're not like putting them on the screen. Yeah, that's not going to work. I'm not going to be able to find it this way. Microevolutions are the current empirical observations of change. Well, micro ain't good enough for Jim Bob. He needs to see everything on the full time scale, second by second, minute by minute, year by year, epoch by epoch.
Good. Right. Real quick.
Trying to explain the violent behavior of gorillas at certain times of year. I can explain them up here in terms of their overall population dynamics and their environment. I can also explain it at the level of the individual gorilla. Then I can explain it at the level of their genome and look at their genes. I can explain it at above that at levels of sociology perhaps, so then move down to biology. Then I can explain it at the level of chemistry and look at maybe mutations or infections or that sort of thing and get into the biochemistry. I can explain the biochemistry in terms of the physics, and I can explain the physics at the level of the pure maths. But it would be nonsensical to explain a gorilla's violence at the level of pure maths, wouldn't it? So we have different levels of explanation. They're all viable, but they're not all useful. So I can talk about something in a big picture overall term, like what is a gorilla as a massive category. But if I'm talking about behavior or something incidental, like why it died out or why it failed to reproduce or something like that, it makes much more sense to me to talk about it here. Both are viable. We're going with what's most useful and what works. Sorry if that was a long answer.
Yeah, I'd like to add to that. The problem is, you said, I think Jim Bob could agree with me that humanity is universal. Well, no, not under the evolutionary view. I wouldn't agree with you, because you have to say humanity is also an ape, right?
But evolution, sorry, go ahead.
Are humans apes?
Yeah.
They are? So you're an ape?
Yeah, we
I'm
all
an
are.
ape?
Yeah, we all are.
Was George Floyd an ape?
I'm not going to answer that. That's a leading question.
See what I'm saying? It's like, the reality is that you can't say humanity is universal from the evolutionary view. And the moment I grant you your extended category, you have reasons to deny that certain humans are apes.
No, you're trying to trap me into a position where I could say something that could be used against me. I will just say that we're all apes.
So then I don't get, if the reason that something can be used against you is actually contrary to the truth of evolution, shouldn't you be arguing in favor of it?
No, because it's a different level of explanation. If we're just talking about biology, like evolution isn't
No, he doesn't. He wants Sam to do all the work while he is his wife beater. He was denied a clip.
grand overarching.
Sorry, I was distracted for a second. I was trying to check the setting for something. Did I miss something? Oops.
Use against you is actually contrary to the truth of evolution. Shouldn't you be arguing in favor of it?
No, because it's a different level of explanation. If we're just talking about biology, like evolution isn't the grand overarching religion ontology. It's a theory about the development of life. You're putting it up here. It should be here, just like biochemistry is here and sociology is here. Evolution fits in here. It doesn't belong up there.
Yeah, but the point is that you're saying that there's a universal thing called a human, and you're saying that a human is universally in the same category as the ape.
I prefer humanity. I prefer this because I'm a Christian.
You should say ape-manity.
Well,
did Christ take on? You're a Christian. Did Christ take on ape nature?
I think he became human, and if you want to classify,
if human is an ape, did Christ take on?
Why is human an ape? What the fuck is he talking about? This is so weird. I don't. Okay, we're definitely not gonna do all the Q&A because it is pretty late, so we're not gonna be doing that. I just wanted to kind of see if they're gonna. It doesn't seem like they sort of get back into it. So maybe we might revisit this at some other time if we don't have anything else more current going on. Sam was pissed. I don't think he got that read for no reason. I don't know. He seems pretty chill, but I guess I would get pretty annoyed if somebody kept talking over me. Never a semantic argument. Jim was a leftist and tries hard to fit in. Jim Bob? I heard that he was a leftist, but I don't know if... Oh, like he used to be, and now he tries hard to fit in with the right. That would make sense, because maybe he has to try like extra hard to get accepted or something. Keeping that anger inside very well. If it was me, I think I'd rage quit on him. Well, if you rage quit, you lose, so those are the rules.
Ape nature.
I don't believe Christ died for apes. I believe he died for you.
I didn't ask that. I asked, did he take on ape nature, being that you're an ape?
Yeah.
He starts with the assumption that apes and humanity is the same thing, which is not the same thing. This is so confusing. It's like, if X thing, like, that is false, is, if something that's false is true, then explain this. Like, what? This is completely nonsensical. Like, the longer this goes on, the more nonsensical it gets. The questions weren't fully answered due to the Jimmy being there. Why is it the Jimmy? All right, yeah, we're definitely not watching the rest of this. I did want to try and see, but like where the other, because re-examination said he asked a question, but they're not showing them on the screen, so I have no way of knowing like which one is which, unless I wonder if they'll say in the transcript, maybe they'll. Oh, yep, here it is. Found it. That was smart of me. Did you see how smart I was right there? That was so smart.
All right, we do have to move on here.
I found it. I found it. I found it.
The re-examination show sends 10. Thank you. He says, Dr. Sam, since you already believe that humans ought to live by truth and reject untruth, when did objective moral agency arise, such as to have moral laws that can be rebelled against, yet still exist?
Yeah, I ascribe objective moral values and laws to God. I don't base them in anything scientific.
Okay. And then Cha XDD for 10 says, how do I determine...
Oh, okay. I thought that would be like a more involved answer, but that's cool.
That way in the first place. So you're right, theories don't graduate to laws, but you can have something that when you understand how it works, you go, wait a minute, this is different. And I think convergence is the reason.
Okay, so if we're wrong to classify evolution as a scientific theory, and a scientific theory is something that should make its way through the scientific method, do you agree that evolution is not a scientific theory and it wouldn't make its way through the scientific method?
It 100% passes the scientific method.
Well, then it would be a
Otherwise, what
scientific
is-
theory, though. There's a contradiction. You can't say something's a law and makes its way through the scientific method, because the scientific method is what produces it as a theory. If you're saying
Well,
evolution, hold on, if evolution is not a scientific theory, then it's a law, then it would necessarily definitionally not make its way through the scientific method.
I don't know where you're going with
I don't think that's how that works.
this, because we do this with physics all the time. Like gravity is a law of gravity, the way it behaves, quantum physics, all of those things, and yet we use them all the time to prove things and not prove things. It works in the same way.
I would disagree with that. What's lawful about gravity is the effects that we observe, things falling, that's lawful. What's not true about gravity is you have access to an independent variable that can cause the phenomenon.
Okay, yeah, we're done. We could sit here for another, like hour and be annoyed, but it's too late for that. It's just way too late. Let me resume this. I think it might get a little... Let's see if I can mute that. Because I paused it earlier. Okay. Looks like it's done. Okay. So I guess it is probably time to go to bed. It's late. Let me switch here. Do 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 do. 4 hours, just like that. Has it been that long? Oh yeah, it's been right at 4 hours basically in 3 minutes. That is a long time. I know time goes by fast when you're having fun. And while it was incredibly annoying, it was fun talking to everybody. And thanks for keeping me company in the chat and everything. And thanks for jumping in there, Putin. It seems like we didn't have any mods online, so I had to add one in the moment when it was necessary. So thanks for that. So I'll make some emotions. Don't tell Jim Bob about emotions. He's gonna freak out and start being like, oh no, emotions, run. We only do logic here, even though there's no logic like anywhere in this whole debate from his side. Like, it's just nonsensical. Andrew Wilson's wife Rachel insults Sam's lack of philosophy in the Q&A. He has what, really? In this Q&A? I wonder if... Oh, yeah, look at that. Oh, come on, scroll up. Let's just check this one real quick, because that might be kind of funny.
All right, we'll go on here. Rachel, she's been a member for 7 months to the final word, so she can get another comment read here. It says, if evolution isn't true, then how do you explain me and my scientist buddies giving each other awards for things we already agree on? Checkmate, Jim Bob.
I know, it's over.
Better luck.
Yeah, it's important to understand that.
Oh, no, maybe it wasn't. It looks like she had another one earlier, so it seems like he's reading like a second one from... Yeah, I don't know if... Yeah, because that's... Oh, no, yep, here's the other one.
Next question.
All right, so Rachel sent another 10 and said, Sam, I'm told you have an extensive education.
Another 10. So she must have done something earlier too. So she did like at least 3. There's one that we don't know about. There's this one, and then there's the other one.
So I apologize if I was rude, but I heard you violate the law of excluded middle by saying something could not be objective and also not subjective.
Interesting. Yeah, like I said with Jim Bob, and I think we agree on this, that categories in biology are much fuzzier than they are in physics and other stuff like that, because life is very, very dynamic. So a category like a genome, that is a thing and a particular. I think probably Jim Bob is closer to being correct on this, that you could call humanity a universal category, but individual species are they're individual things, they're particulars that you're studying. So when we're talking, it's all about levels of explanation. Let's say I'm trying to explain the violent behavior of gorillas at certain times a year. I can explain them up here in terms of their overall population dynamics and their environment. I can also explain it at the level of the individual gorilla. Then I can explain it at the level of their genome and look at their genes. I can explain it at above that, at levels of sociology perhaps, so then move down to biology. Then I can explain it at the level of chemistry and look at maybe mutations or infections or that sort of thing and get into the bio.
Okay, this is the one we played earlier. I didn't realize that was a response to Rachel's question. Let's see if there's any more. Maybe it was this one.
First comment for 20 is from Rachel Wilson. Rachel, thank you. We look forward to seeing you at DebateCon. She said, Sam, with respect, you should learn what constitutes an argument. You haven't given a single argument here, just lots of bragging about how impressive the work in your field is to you. Studying basic philosophy will help. And Sam...
Oh, was it this one? Oh, man. Oh, no. That's so cringe. You need better mods than me, to be honest. I do have some. I do have some good mods. They're just seem to be offline right now. Must be a weird night. It is late though, so I understand. Rachel be doing too much. That is true. Happy wife trolling chats. Yeah, it seems like the happy part is a little out of place there, but have a good night. Good night. Baka. Baka baka. Is Rachel wife? Yes. Mm-hmm. All right. Yeah, this was super cringe, but...
Anything directed at you after you address it or answer it however you want. Jim Bob could also
I want to see what he says, and then we'll go to bed.
Comment and vice versa. So if there's one directed at him, you can make a quick comment on it too after he's done. So yeah, go ahead, and then we'll get to her other, I think, 2 comments that she sent.
Yes, thank you, Rachel, for the constructive criticism. That's very welcome. I will take it on board. Yeah, I don't think I've done a good job today because I've gone straight on the defensive. I have not. I think if I was making the case, if this was a debate, why evolution is true, or can a Christian believe in evolution, or any of those talks I've done recently, which you can see on my channel, I'd probably have taken a different tack, but I'm sorry that Rachel feels that way. Basic philosophy, I have a theology degree, a master's in theology, a master's in science and religion, and a doctorate in history and philosophy of science. So
Rose there.
I published a lot of philosophy at university, but I would not call myself a philosopher, despite all that. I still have a great deal to learn, but again, Rachel, thank you for the constructive criticism. I would say I'm not a philosopher.
That is so British of him. Thank you for the constructive criticism. Even though she's being a total... Yeah, that's... Yeah. Alright. I think we get the point. He was very British about it. That is the most British I've seen someone be. Rachel was a career housewife before her husband became a debater, so she knows better than Sam. Obviously, right? Obviously. Alright, well, I think we'll call it a night. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Have a good night. And there's a link in the... Well, there's a link there too, if anybody is inclined to support the show. And there's a link in the description as well, if you decide maybe afterward, if you have some time later or something. And if there's any, I will read them in the beginning of next stream, if anybody is inclined to donate to support the show. There are links available for that. So thanks, everybody. He's better than Buzzwords, clearly. Thanks for hanging out, everybody, and thanks for everybody's insightful comments and everything. So alrighty, goodbye, everyone.